going to start off with a short video this morning. Okay, back to me. I'm going to do the really, really boring bits now, which is all of the organisational things. So this event is recorded and live streamed. So you can see my lovely colleague Louis there taking care of that. So everybody give the camera a wave. There you go. The fire exits and the toilets. So the toilets are just out here and to your left. The fire exits, this is really bad. I don't know where they are. There, not out the window. Yep. So I will find out and tell you around the break time. Hopefully the fire alarm doesn't go off before then, but we'll be fine. We'll just run and scream. Staff in the blue hoodies, you can see them. Give them a wave, guys. They are our brilliant marketing team at Iris Connect. And in case you need help with anything at all during the day, they are your first port of call. So the schedule for today, we've got an absolutely amazing day ahead. We've got lots of fantastic speakers, both internally at Iris Connect and externally as well. So I'll be starting off the day in just a second, looking at teacher agency and teacher autonomy. We'll then have a short coffee break and some networking time where hopefully the pastries will be topped up again and we can all have some of those. I'll then introduce my colleague, Sarah Cottinghat, who will talk to you about developing adaptive expertise in line with instructional coaching. We'll then have our lunch and we'll be really thrilled to hear Poppy, who is our guest speaker today. Really excited to have her. And she'll be talking about scaling instructional coaching across a trust. So Poppy's the head of PD at Aldridge Education, which is a trust that uses Iris Connect. After Poppy, we'll then pass on to Andy Newell, who will talk to you a little bit about a really exciting new product that we're launching at Iris Connect as part of our offering for instructional coaching and rolling that out at scale. So that's your day. Hopefully there'll be lots of time for networking, etc. And I hope you have a really great day. So I'm going to start off today to chat to you about teacher agency and teacher autonomy. There you go. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Hayley Hughes. I am Director of Education at Iris Connect. I have a real kind of stake in the coaching and mentoring game. I've written a book called Mentoring in Schools on mentoring. And I also work at the University of Sunderland a day a week as well, leading their mentoring. So coaching and mentoring is something that is really close to my heart. I also work for the Department for Education as well as an ITT quality advisor. So I do a lot of policy work in the ITT sphere as well. So is the answer to teacher retention, teacher agency? I think so. And I hope by the end of this presentation, you'll be able to agree with me. So to start off with, I want to set the scene for what's going on in the teaching world, and it's probably going to be a little bit depressing, this, colleagues, but I have to tell the truth. We're currently in a teacher recruitment and retention crisis at the moment, and unfortunately, this is resulting in 1 in 3 teachers not making it 5 years in the classroom, and it's also resulting in 40,000 teachers leaving the profession last year. Many of those were experienced teachers as well, and we'll delve into that a little bit later as well. So the DFE and lots of policy think tanks, NFER, EPI, etc., have done lots of work on this idea of recruitment and retention. But for me, I think we're missing the mark a little bit here, and actually we should be flipping the narrative and talking about retention and recruitment instead a little bit more. Because for me, my real kind of passion lies with keeping experienced teachers in the classroom and how we can go about that. Like some others of you sat here today, I probably am a casualty of teacher recruitment and retention. I did almost 20 years in the classroom and I left the classroom in 2021, just after COVID. So I am these experienced teachers who I'm talking about today. This is why I'm so passionate about it. So why do we need experienced teachers? There's many, many reasons. For me, experienced teachers are the stalwarts of the school. They come in day after day, doing the business, making an impact with our kids. They're also really, really important in terms of being mentors and coaches for new teachers as well. Their job is really, really key. But actually, experienced teachers are much more than just mentors of ITT students and ECTs. What experienced teachers have is that implicit, tacit knowledge that actually you can only gain with experience. Now, we've done a lot in the last 10 years, I would say, in education about that explicit knowledge that comes with teaching. And we've made attempts to codify teaching techniques, for example, or codify what great leadership might look like on the MPQs. What we don't do as well, actually, is this implicit stuff. And we haven't managed to codify that because it's really, really difficult to do so. And Tom Rees, who was formerly at Ambition Institute, but is now the CEO of Ormiston Academies Trust, wrote a brilliant paper with Jen Barker, I think, a few years ago on tacit knowledge transfer for Ambition Institute. And if this is something that you're interested in, I would definitely say have a look at this paper. And some of kind of the key insights from that paper I've put for you on there, but I'll kind of summarise them. What Tom Rees and Jen did is they looked at this difference between tacit and explicit knowledge and how we're really great in education of codifying the explicit knowledge, but actually not so great at doing the tacit knowledge. And it's actually the tacit knowledge that makes experienced teachers so effective. And it's really, really important that we begin to think about how we can pass this knowledge on to new entrants into the profession. They also talk in this paper about some of the big challenges in doing this, and there are plenty. So transferring that tacit expertise from those really experienced teachers who've been in the classroom with that real longevity that we need to less experienced staff is very, very difficult. And there are many reasons for that. One is that it's difficult to articulate. And the other reason is that it actually requires ongoing observation, reflection, and practice to actually be observed by others. And one thing we are in schools is very time poor, actually. So how do we enable that to happen? That's the difficulty. It's the golden question. And Dylan William talks a lot about loving the one you're with when it comes to teacher attention. And I don't think at the moment experienced teachers feel that loved, I would say. Very recently, early career teachers have seen an 8.9% increase in their salary. Experienced teachers have not been kept in line with that, because those teachers who've got more than 5 years of experience only get 5% more rather than 8.9%. So we're in a position now where we've got new teachers coming into the profession, some of whom are earning only £1,000 less than people who've been in the classroom a much, much longer time. So although no teachers come into this job for money, let's face it, we come in because we want to make a difference. Money is important, especially in a cost of living crisis. And a lot of experienced teachers feel forgotten and you know, like they're just being taken for granted, essentially. And I've been banging on about teacher retention for a really long time now. It's become very popular at the moment because the new Labour government have come in, and Bridget Phillipson has talked about getting, 6,500 more teachers into the profession. I'm not sure how she's going to do that. You know, I'm happy to work alongside her to help with that. But my book 4 years ago, Preserving Positivity, looked at the reasons why teachers were leaving the profession. And it was based on a piece of research by the Department for Education in 2019 called Factors Affecting Teacher Retention. And I looked at these kind of reasons. The Department for Education paid a massive amount of money for this research. They could have bunged me £10 and I probably could have told you the reasons. So let's have some ideas. Who wants to shout out what they think the reasons were? Yes? Behavior. Yep. Anything else? Nothing valued. Yeah?
Parental complaints and parental aggression.
Yeah, bingo. We've got a full house. So yeah, that was pretty much it. These reasons aren't new. As I said, I've been out of the classroom since just after COVID. I'm in 150-ish or so schools a year, going in and working with teachers. I believe it's got even more challenging since then, particularly in terms of behaviour of students and vexatious complaints as well from parents. So if I was to write this book again now, I'm sure that there would even be different messages in it. And the thing is, you know, there's been lots and lots of research. You can see some there that I would point you towards about kind of what the state of the teacher labour market looks like in England. You can see this is by NFER. Jack Worth is an absolute expert on teacher retention. If you don't follow him on X, I would definitely have a look, because he does some brilliant threads which really cut to the heart of what's going on in the sector. And what this report found, it's quite damning, really, and quite depressing, is that 44% more teachers stated that they were intending to leave teaching in 2022 to 23 than the previous year. So that's quite stark, isn't it, when you see it in that. Lots about teachers' working hours increasing significantly. I think the last research I looked at saw secondary teachers averaging about 60 hours a week working, and primary even more than that it was coming out as. And then there's that real terms pay growth for experienced teachers that's 15 percentage points lower than for the average UK earnings. And we have all had those times, let's face it, when we've had a really tough day at school and we've been on indeed.co.uk looking for Tesco checkout jobs. I've had those when I've had a really bad lesson with year 9 on a Friday afternoon, because she looks really happy. And we've all had that. But what I'm talking about here is not kind of the fleeting idea that actually there might be something else I can do. These are kind of deep-seated reasons for leaving the profession. And the Department for Education have tried to have lots of different sort of schemes, if you like, or plans to try and counteract this. Very recent one with the last government, the Conservative government, was Troops for Teachers. I don't know whether any of you are familiar with that. Huge amounts of money ploughed into this scheme, and I think only 6 troops actually retrained during that time period. And then the most recent one before the Labour government took over was the Scout badges. Do you remember this? So Scouts were going to get teacher badges as part of their kind of scouting. But all of this is really just a sticking plaster, isn't it? That, you know, we can slap a sticking plaster on it, show that we're doing things, but actually nothing's going to change. That's kind of the issue. So how does teacher autonomy actually relate to this idea of teacher retention? I've set out the scene for you. Let's think about autonomy now. Well, that's another report that you can see there from NFER. Again, I would direct you towards on how teacher autonomy relates to job satisfaction and teacher retention. And I'm going to talk you through some of the key findings of this before looking at how it relates to some other research. So again, quite damning reading from NFER, probably best enjoyed on a Friday night with a glass of red wine, I probably think. So teachers in this report are actually 16% less likely than similar professions to report having a lot of influence over how they do their job. So, you know, teaching is a very tightly constrained profession, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later. Of course, teachers should have standards. We are public servants. We need accountability, but a lot of teachers say that they feel quite micromanaged within their positions. In fact, 38% of teachers said that they have little or no influence over their PD goals. And I think that's something we're going to come back to a few times during today, this idea of teacher agency over professional development. And of course, you know, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Teacher autonomy is strongly associated with improved job satisfaction. And with improved job satisfaction, if you love your job, if you get up every day raring to go, you're going to stay doing that job, okay? You're not going to think the grass is possibly greener. So again, kind of concentrating on PD, because that's what we're here today for, this idea that actually a lot of teachers reported influence over their PD goals from some to a lot, and those ones who had a lot is associated with 9 percentage point increase in intention to stay in teaching. So essentially, if teachers have got control over their own PD goals, the likelihood is that they're going to stay in the job. And this links to Deci and Ryan's work on self-determination theory. Many of you will know about this. It's a very popular psychological theory. And what Deci and Ryan say is that there are 2 types of motivation. There's your intrinsic motivation and there's your extrinsic. And obviously there is intrinsic motivation in teaching to do with kind of, you know, our rewards that we get from seeing kind of students do well, from outcomes, all of those things. But a lot of the motivation that we see in teaching is more intrinsic. So it's that idea of actually, how are we motivated intrinsically to kind of help students? And what does that look like? And what Desi and Ryan say is that if we have a lot of intrinsic motivation, what we need to have is three things: competence, autonomy, and relatedness. And these are things that are coming up again and again and again in my research at the moment when I'm interviewing sort of 200 plus teachers for a book I'm writing on teacher retention. So they're coming up again and again and again. So if we rely on intrinsic motivation, that's much more likely to lead to high well-being in teachers and job satisfaction. Whereas if we rely on extrinsic motivation, that can actually risk undermining teachers' sense of feeling trusted and their own intrinsic motivation as well. So if it's this constant kind of drive on results and a teacher being worth only their kind of monetary value in terms of results, then that's going to lead to disengagement, burnout and leaving. And we saw that in that 2019 research from the DFE as well. One of the big things that was driving people out of the classroom was accountability. And too much accountability, of having to kind of talk through the minutiae of what every single student was getting and why they weren't getting those targets. And I think a lot of schools have come a long way and they've decoupled coaching from performance management and results, but some schools I go into are still doing that, and it can be quite harmful for teachers' morale. So let's look at each of those three things in a bit more detail. So when we talk about autonomy, this is something I'm going to come back to later. I actually prefer the term agency, and I'm going to talk to you about why. So what can we do to help teachers become more autonomous in our schools? Well, we can encourage professional choice, PD in particular. So this isn't about teachers going on yoga retreats or things like that. This is actually about teachers deciding with the agency and autonomy what's going to make the biggest difference to my effectiveness as a teacher, and having the support of a leadership team to help them do those things, engage with it. Collaboration comes up on every meta-analysis I think that's ever been done. You know, look at Hattie, etc., as one of the things that actually makes a real difference in terms of teacher professional development. And collaboration when it comes to autonomy is more looking at actually how do we promote collaborative decision making. So it's about how do we involve teachers in the decision making process in schools. It's not top down, it's done with, not done to. And then how do we support innovation? So providing teachers with a psychologically safe environment, and again, this is something I'll come back to later, with the freedom to take calculated risks, to experiment with strategies in their classroom. So on to competence. So again, back to professional development. You know, how do we design professional development sessions that are relevant and practical for teachers? And I think we've come a long way in schools in terms of this. And certainly the Education Endowment Foundation's report on PD mechanisms has helped with this, 100%. But actually, I still meet teachers who sit through PD sessions and come out and fail to make that bridge between the notes that they've made and the things that they've seen and practice. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we make it relevant? How do we make it practical? We've got to provide constructive feedback. Links very much to the instructional coaching we'll be talking about today, because that constructive feedback helps teachers to feel capable and respected. And that's really, really important. And how do we celebrate successes? You know, how do we recognise both the small and the big wins that teachers have? And then the last one, which is something I'm writing a lot about at the moment and I'm very interested in, is this idea of belonging and relatedness. You know, how do we build that supportive culture in a school, which is tangible, which is the way we do things around here? In a supportive, tangible culture, staff feel comfortable sharing their ideas with colleagues. How can we create a sense of belonging and reduce isolation through that mentorship and coaching that we can have in schools, both formal and informal? And a few years ago, I wrote an article for the tests about the demise of the staff room. This was in 2019, so a long time ago now, and I could see it coming already, and how the demise of the staff room actually had bigger implications than just a place that teachers sat and had lunch together. Because I could see that this was going to lower that sense of community in schools, because when I first started teaching nearly 20 years ago, I absolutely loved going into the staff room and having those kind of informal coaching conversations with what I would now call the old timers, who I am now an old timer. It creeps up on you, quite terrifying. But, you know, those things matter when it comes to belonging, when it comes to that sense of community. And it's one of the things that I miss about being a teacher, even bumping into pupils in, you know, Asda while you're buying, you know, gin or something completely inappropriate. But I do miss that kind of sense of belonging, that sense of community, of being somebody and meaning something in that community. Really important. And then team building as well. Increasingly, I go into schools and departments are very insular and very isolated because they will have their own staff rooms. So I'm an English teacher, so they'll have their English staff room, their maths staff room. And it's very rare now that teachers will venture out of those spaces and collaborate as much as they used to. So that sense of collaboration, of connection, is something that is at the heart of what Iris Connect do, actually. But it's also really important when it comes to self-determination and staying in schools. So I want to go back now to this idea of teacher autonomy and teacher agency. And these are two words that are used very interchangeably by people when they're talking about kind of retention. Are they the same? Well, no, actually, they're not. So when we talk about teacher autonomy focuses on this idea of external freedom that teachers have. It also focuses on the structure of the education system. So it's this idea of things being centralised or having decentralised control. And what the research tells us is that autonomy can be limited or expanded by policies, leadership styles, or school culture. Now, I think in the current system that we're working in, it's pretty impossible for teachers to have autonomy because we have a national curriculum. We're very centralised in terms of department control from the DFE. So I think it's unrealistic in many ways for teachers to have autonomy. And by the way, what teacher autonomy doesn't mean is teachers choosing their own adventures, like those books from the 80s where, you know, you chose something and you went to page 11. Or it doesn't mean teachers going to the pub at lunchtime or having a fag in the staff room, although both of those things did happen when I first started teaching. That's how old I am. It doesn't mean that. That's not about what teacher autonomy and agency is. So for me, I think teacher agency is more realistic because what the research tells us teacher agency means is that it's a focus on the internal capacity to be able to professionally empower teachers. So it's not this idea that, you know, if things are codified, teachers have no agency. That's not what I'm talking about. I think it's really important to have a culture, a way of doing things, an element of codification, but it's teachers having the professional empowerment to be able to choose when to deploy those strategies, why and how. So that's what I'm talking about when I talk about teacher agency. An agency is all about this idea that teachers feel empowered to take ownership of their own choices and their own outcomes as well, and that includes PD as well. And there is a huge link between teacher agency and adaptive expertise as well, and Sarah will talk a bit more about adaptive expertise later. And it's this idea that actually teachers feel empowered and psychologically safe enough to be able to navigate some of the constraints that they have in their school and make informed decisions based on their own professional judgment. So that's the difference. And you can see it kind of summed up there in that table. And by the way, you will have access to all of these slides as well. I can see people furiously writing. So it's this idea essentially that teachers are empowered, they have the capacity to take the initiative and influence decisions in their school, their voice is heard. There is this motivation to act. Teachers want to get better because they see the value in it as well. Oh, the screen has suddenly changed. So, you know, in a broader kind of more encompassing part of it, it's got a lot to do with professional identity and impact as well. And if teachers have a strong sense of professional identity, they also feel competent, motivated and autonomous as well. So why would we bother with teacher agency and autonomy? Well, there's many reasons why it's important. You can see it kind of highlighted here. Again, we go back to that idea of increased motivation, which leads to job satisfaction and retention. It really helps teachers to be able to adapt their professional development to the unique, persistent problems and needs that they find in their classroom, because it instantly becomes more relevant. And, you know, some of the things we'll be talking to you about later on with our new product launch is all about these ideas with the big challenges and problems that teachers face and how we can help coaches solve those later on as well. And obviously, really importantly, we need to build that culture of trust and professionalism that having that sense of teacher agency has in a school. So Mary Myatt terms it, basically, she can say it miles better than I am. She's brilliant at sound bites. This idea of humans first, professionals second, and that's what it's all about. And the teachers that I've spoken to for my book, over 200 of them now, have all talked about that sense of working with leaders who see them as people and then professionals as part of that as well. And a lot of this links to the work of Amy Edmondson, who I'll talk about a little bit later on as well. And I first came across Amy Edmondson, she's a psychologist in America, through reading Sam Crone's brilliant book, The Power of Teams. So again, a great book for you to have a look at if you've not done so already. And what Amy Edmondson talks about is this idea of low psychological safety versus high psychological safety. And if you're in a school that's got low psychological safety, you might find all of these things here. And I have worked in a school like that. Indeed, Preserving Positivity was all about me being bullied by a leader at a school where it was quite toxic, and how I kind of managed to stay resilient. And there's, you know, a lot of these will be familiar to some of you if you've worked in those environments. Whereas high psychological safety is more linked with this idea of kind of high trust and people learning together. There's still challenge, you know, that's really important, but it's balanced against kind of innovation. So that kind of challenge and support is at the right levels when it comes to high psychological safety. And Amy Edmondson's research was really interesting because it wasn't in schools. She worked in accident and emergency departments in America, and she went and she looked at the most effective accident and emergency departments. So I guess the ones that had the highest rate of non-mortalities or saving people. And she found that it correlated, the best A&E departments correlated with the ones who had reported the most mistakes. And I found that really interesting. Because if you didn't think about it enough, your snap judgment might be, well, that doesn't make sense. But actually, if you think about it, it means that those people see mistakes as a learning experience, and they feel safe enough to report them rather than having kind of the finger of blame pointed. So really, really interesting research there. And I think it links to schools very much. Another really recent report that I wanted to mention is this one that you can see here from Education Support and Public First. And I think the title is even quite interesting, 1970s Working Conditions in the 2020s. So, you know, we haven't changed much essentially in schools. And what they talked about is the fact that leaders, really, if they're going to keep hold of teachers, they really need to minimise empty work, mitigate the expansion of the role, which is really difficult. A lot of teachers I speak to talk about being a social worker, a psychologist, a family liaison officer, etc. So it's become too big to manage, and that report talks about this. And this idea of how do we bring in a culture of flexible working, and kind of all the findings of this report actually will be really helped with the new product that we're going to tell you about a little bit later, because, you know, teachers are already incredibly busy, leaders are already incredibly busy, and we want to try and make their lives more easy. And then the final kind of piece of research that I'm going to share with you is this one, and this is from Leeds Beckett University, and this is about the impact of teacher wellbeing and mental health on pupil progress in primary schools. And this is just a quotation that I'll let you read from it as well. So that will come as no surprise to you, I'm sure. And there's been a huge focus on teacher wellbeing in schools in the last few years, where, you know, I go into a lot of schools and I will see wellbeing policies, etc. And they might include kind of forced fun on the staff, as I used to call it. So we used to have a Wednesday every half term where we would do forced fun, and that might be yoga or an Avon lady coming in and doing hand cream and things like that. Or the most traumatizing one for me was a bike ride where I was stuck behind the head teacher in Lycra. So that was fairly traumatizing. When actually a lot of the teachers that I spoke to would just have rather have had the PPA time to go and do their stuff and then go home to their family. Or cakes in the staff room. I like cake. This body testifies to that. However, you know, lots of these things are nice, but unfortunately, if we've still got 5 parents' evenings in a half term and mock marking over Christmas, these are actually laminated, not lived. And that's what I see a lot in schools. So what are the tangible things that school leaders can do? You've got some ideas there, and these are things that work for me when I was a school leader. So I see lots of staff surveys being done in schools and trusts, but actually, do staff actually know what happens with the results of those staff surveys? Sometimes not. So it's this idea of, you know, you said we did, and making it really visible what's been implemented as well. I think sensible marking policies are really, really important. Do we have any other English teachers in the room? Hashtag me too. Yes, we have the worst marking. I do not care what anybody else says. I used to line manage science when I was a assistant head, and they used to moan about their 6-mark question. And I was like, hold my beer, here's our 40. You know, I think sensible marking policies are incredibly important. It's really important that leaders know about what are the pinch points in the academic year, and to safeguard those staff who have really, really heavy marking loads at those times. Lots of meetings that I used to be in when I was a teacher and a leader could have been an email. In fact, I got a kind of anarchic pen that said exactly that and used to click it like this. So, you know, can you work with leaders to help them put things into a bulletin that's there for anybody to see at one time, rather than spending your meetings, which should be really important strategic teaching and learning time, doing kind of logistical things. It's a waste of the time. I think setting expectations with email is really, really important as well. Some schools will put things at the bottom of emails like, you know, my working hours are X and this, you know, so please don't expect a reply when out of this time. Some schools have a blanket ban on emails after working hours, full stop. So it's about setting out your stall and kind of sticking to it so that there's consistency and staff know what the expectations are. And then this might be popular with some people, it might not be with others. I think what we need to do is implement a parental behaviour policy or a parental charter, because too many times now I'm seeing teachers being verbally and sometimes physically abused by parents. And I think, you know, parents need to be held to the same account as teachers do in terms of that. So it might be popular, that it might not, but I feel like, you know, teachers need that protection at this point. So what we're doing clearly isn't working. We need to do something else. I love this quote by Paul Whiteman. It's like trying to fill a bath without a plug. That's kind of what's happening at the moment with the retention crisis. And this very recent poll by Tess is a bit terrifying. You can see there, there's a big, massive bar chart there of nearly 80% of teachers considering leaving in the next 12 months. Okay, so it's bad news. As I say, I work in ITT, and the University of Sunderland have got a huge trainee teacher provision. Our numbers are down massively as well. And just yesterday, Jack Worth released some more figures at NFER, which said that we'd failed to meet targets in primary and secondary again. So, you know, we're kind of in dire straits, really. And this isn't just an England problem. I was pleased to see, because I thought it was just us. So in the last couple of months, I've been in Bangkok and America and Europe, and all 3 of those continents are having huge problems with teacher retention as well. You can see some targets there that have been missed in Asia as well. So, you know, it's not just us, you know, it's a worldwide problem. Now, what I want to kind of leave you with, really, in my last couple of slides, is kind of a call to arms, really. It's been, you know, I've been quite depressing. I've given you some practical tips, hopefully, as well. Now, for me, I think teacher agency is absolutely the kind of solution to the situation that we see ourselves in. And this piece of research has really influenced the way I think about coaching and belonging in schools. And it's this idea that the most successful education systems in the world are in the countries where society values the teaching profession. And certainly 20 years ago, when I started to teach, I come from a very working class area in Warrington in Cheshire. My mum's a cleaner. I'm from a council estate. When I became a teacher, my community felt like I had made it. Like genuinely, you know, teaching was such a highly respected profession in the 90s when I first started teaching at the end of the 90s. However, I feel like teaching has been kind of eroded, denigrated in public perception over the last 20 years. I don't think COVID-19 helped, if I'm completely honest. I did my PhD thesis about this. I interviewed teachers about their professional identity due to the media headlines during this period. And I think at first parents were like, when they had to actually teach their own children, were like, my goodness, teachers deserve a pay rise. This is absolutely amazing. But then as time went on, newspapers like the Daily Mail, etc., printed things about teachers being sat around watching Netflix and having barbecues. And I don't know about anybody else, but I worked harder during that period than I've ever worked in my life. 24 hours a day on Teams with safeguarding issues, delivering laptops, delivering food for families. You know, the public didn't see a lot of that. And I feel like we need a complete reset. And I've spoken to the Department for Education about this several times as well. We need a complete reset, almost a PR campaign about how great teaching is. I know we have the Get Into Teaching adverts, but they're not enough. We need something else to reset the profession. And again, I go back to this idea of psychological safety. You know, teacher agency isn't about teachers being able to do whatever they like and to hell with it. That's not what this is about. High psychological safety only comes when there is those high standards, there's that intrinsic motivation. And in that zone, learning and performance is really, really high. And I believe that instructional coaching can help with that. It's a practical answer to that problem. So there's lots of things there that you can see to read of Amy Edmondson. So I mentioned before that Sam Gibbs and I are writing a book about teacher retention called Love the One You're With. So we've nicked Dylan Williams' thing that he nicked from the song. So it's not really nicking it from Dylan Williams, it's nicking it from the song. And I just wanted to share with you some of the early findings of this research, because I think it will set us up for Sarah's talk on adaptive expertise a little bit later on. So a lot of the teachers that we've talked to who stayed in the classroom for 20 plus years. By the way, many of them at the same school. So I would say probably 60% of the teachers that we've spoken to have gone from being an NQT 20 odd years at the same school, because the school that they found, the conditions were right for growth. So not one of them has mentioned money. That won't come as a surprise to you. So none of them have said, I'm not paid enough, okay? Because a lot of teachers go into the job because they have a moral kind of longing to make a difference, a love for their subjects if they're in secondary as well. So some of the things that have come up on this are this idea of feeling competent. So feeling like they're doing a good job, like they're always willing to improve. They have this kind of thirst and growth for learning. They know that the job of a teacher is never done. You can never say completed it, mate. You know, you're always learning, you're always refreshing. But they feel, because of the way that they're giving feedback, the way that they're supported, that actually they're doing a good job and they're a good teacher. They enjoy what they do because of that. This idea as well of having kind of professional respect has come up time and time again, and whether that be from parents, from other leaders, other teachers in the school, the children. It's this idea that actually I'm a professional, I'm well respected, and then that makes a huge difference to them as well. Community came up, this sense of belonging that I talked about before, that teachers working in these schools who feel this sense of satisfaction, who are able to stay, feel part of something bigger, like they're part of a team and they're making a difference. And then finally, reflection. A lot of the teachers that I spoke to are given the time and the space to critically reflect on their own teaching as well. And I feel like because of the time pressures in teaching as well, and because of sometimes quite overly directive instructional coaching programs, that teachers don't have that time to reflect anymore. It's almost kind of gone out of fashion. But all of these teachers really, really relied on that time and that space to do it, a structured reflection, if you like, about their teaching. So this book will be out next year. Bit of a plug there, I might as well, and some really interesting findings in it. Love the One You're With, why teachers stay and what we can learn from them. So to summarise, I think school leaders have got a really, really hard job at the moment. I'm in the middle of doing my MPQH at the moment. And the MPQH doesn't teach you any of this stuff. It's all really useful stuff, but it doesn't teach you that human side of leadership. And I think you have to learn that on the job. And head teachers especially have an incredibly difficult job. They're sat in the chair. I can't even imagine the amount of pressure that they have. But the school leaders that are working with heads, there are some really tangible things that they can do to try and increase teacher agency and help teachers stay in the profession. So one of the things is to create that supportive, collaborative culture that values continuous improvement. And of course, we can do that through instructional coaching. If instructional coaching is done in the right way, with that partnership model, with teachers being able to steer their own professional development. It's about providing relevant and actionable PD that aligns with teachers' interests and needs, those persistent problems that they face on a daily basis in their classroom. It's about fostering both personal and professional growth by addressing intrinsic and extrinsic motivators. So you need to get to know your staff really well. What makes them tick? What is the professional kind of capabilities that they have? I remember when I was a head of English and I had no idea that some people in my department had like masters in Victorian literature or, you know, wrote fiction as a hobby. We're sat often in schools on a treasure trove of expertise that we have no ideas about. It's about knowing your staff and giving them the wings to help them fly, basically, in their PD. And then it's about offering constructive feedback. And again, all of these things can be done as part of an instructional coaching programme. So hopefully that's given you a few tangible ideas, as well as talked a little bit about research. And I think hopefully it's set us up for Sarah's presentation a bit later on adaptive expertise as well. So thank you so much for listening. So we've now got about a 15-minute break for coffee, networking. Hopefully there's more pastries outside, so please do help yourself. It is now 10:55, let's call it. So if you can join us back in here at 11:10, that would be fantastic. Thanks, colleagues. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you all managed to get a coffee and do some networking. I think the networking aspect of a lot of the conferences that we run is one of the most important things. And I've certainly enjoyed the conversations that I've had going round the room. So I'm really delighted now to introduce my colleague, Sarah Cottinghat. So I don't think Sarah needs much of an introduction, to be honest. She has a fantastic reputation in education. Sarah's currently our Head of Learning Design at Iris Connect. And she started out her career as a learning support assistant and then an English teacher like me and many of you in the room. And since that, she's done incredible work in the sphere of teacher education. She worked at Ambition Institute, designing the ECF, the MPQs, as well as various other programmes for schools to successfully implement instructional coaching. So she's a real expert in this sphere. Sarah also formed part of the research team behind the EEF's research on PD, which has obviously been a huge influence on the way that professional development is designed and delivered across the sector. As well as all this, she's incredibly modest and very clever, and has a master's in educational neuroscience from Birkbeck and UCL's IOE. And Sarah spends a lot of her time using her knowledge to share evidence-informed ideas around teaching and learning with schools. And she's certainly one of the most amazing kind of speakers I've ever seen at distilling really complex neuroscience ideas into really kind of easy, concise, practical advice for schools. So you're in for a treat today. Sarah also wrote the book, Asubel's Meaningful Learning in Action, and I've probably completely pronounced Asubel wrong. I ask you this every time, I think. And that book is fantastic if you've not seen it. It's part of the In Action series, edited by Tom and Oliver. And it supports teachers to catalyse learning for students. So I'll let Sarah tell you the title of her presentation when she comes up, but I'm really looking forward to this. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hailey. So today we're going to focus on developing adaptive expertise, and I promise there's no neuroscience, so that's good for me and for you. So we're going to talk about something that we've been working on at Iris for the last kind of 6 months, and it's going to tie in as well with what Hailey was talking about with agency, but we're really proud of what we've created. I'm going to kind of take you through why we've created it and what we kind of have created for you. So when we think about instructional coaching, it doesn't always lend itself to the idea of adaptive expertise. But when I've been talking to trusts and schools, this idea of adaptive expertise keeps coming up. I keep hearing the same kind of story where teachers are doing techniques and the leaders are dropping into lessons. They might be doing a learning walk, or they might have coaching in their school. And what they're seeing is that teachers are doing the techniques, but not necessarily at the right time and for the right reason. So we wanted to focus the instructional coaching and the design for the platform on Iris around building adaptive expertise. So we're going to go into what adaptive expertise is and why it's important to start with. And then I'm going to show you the model that we have developed. So first of all, what is kind of the end goal for the teachers that we train? I'm not sure how well you can see this, so I'm going to read it out. Teachers who have the knowledge, skills, and disposition to improve in an environment that affords them the agency to do so. So that's a bit of a mouthful, but essentially what it's saying is skills are really important. The actions teachers take are really important. They need to have those tools in their toolbox, but they also need the knowledge to be able to use them at the right time and for the right reasons. But they also need to understand that the environment they work in is complex. Anyone who has tried to create a lesson plan, probably when you started out teaching that was like minute by minute things that you were going to do, very quickly find that it's out of the window within the first 5 minutes. And that's because teaching happens in a complex environment where cause and effect is not that easy to predict, where things go off into different directions very quickly. So we need teachers that appreciate all of that, and we need to train teachers so that they can. So the end goal for us is that we need teachers who have a really deep understanding of different domains that are applicable to them, like the subject, the curriculum, their students, etc. They have to have that toolbox, that repertoire of teaching techniques. They must be able to do it at the right time for the right reason, which involves having situational awareness, being able to spot the cues that suggest that you should do something in a different way or that a different technique is needed. And we need to foster that motivation to improve, because you can't stand still in teaching. You can't stand still because everything is always changing. At the very least, your students are changing. Your classes change. Sometimes the curriculum changes. Depending on the political environment, influences from that will change the way that you teach. So there's always change, so you're not able to stand still. So we need teachers that appreciate that and that are supported to improve. And I think this quote from Andy, which I've mentioned a couple of times already, is an incredibly powerful and simple way of putting it. I use this quote all of the time now because it sums up the idea that we do need teachers to have a toolbox of techniques, and instructional coaching should help them to do that. But it's also got to help them to be adaptive. So we need to dig into what adaptive expertise is. So we can understand adaptive expertise by contrasting it to routine expertise. And in some jobs, routine expertise is fine. Routine expertise is getting really good at certain procedures and being able to do them really efficiently. And that works well. In fact, in parts of teaching, it's really important to have those efficient procedures as well. But even in those routine elements of teaching, there are times where you have to adapt. So think of the strongest routines that your teachers and yourselves you have in your classrooms. Some of them might be the entry routine, or transitions between activities, or pair talk, whatever it is. And those routines really need to be on point. But you also need to adapt them. So in that entry routine, you need to be able to spot if a student's coming in and looking really low, or if someone's being slightly disruptive, so that you can deal with it. So routines are really important. In fact, they free us up to be able to be adaptive. And in teaching, we need to be adaptive because we've got 30 humans, not yet 30 robots in front of us. So routine expertise is that efficiency of doing things in a routine way. Adaptive expertise is that efficiency in doing things in a routine way and having the situational awareness to spot when to be adaptive, and then the tools that enable you to be adaptive appropriately. So you can just see adaptive expertise as taking in all the benefits of routine expertise and being able to respond appropriately. And there's a nice quote here from Kavanagh, who studied judgment, teacher judgment.
Can you read it out?
Yeah, let me read it out for you. Where routine expertise involves the efficient and precise execution of predetermined behaviours, adaptive expertise involves the thoughtful and innovative exercising of judgment in practice. So if we think about instructional coaching, it's got to do both. It's got to help people to develop techniques that they can use in a really useful way, but it's also got to develop their ability to be thoughtful and innovative to exercise judgment. Now that all sounds to me quite sort of airy-fairy. What do we mean by this and what does it look like? So we've really spent the last kind of 6 months thinking about this. And it's really a different way of viewing the role of a teacher. It's not seeing a teacher as a technician of certain techniques, even though they need those techniques. It's helping them to really retain that professionalism around the way they make decisions in their classroom. So if you think about coaching, coaches drop in and probably see 0.01% of a teacher's teaching, a very tiny part. They're a really valuable role, coaches, but they also need to think about the fact that they're not seeing that class teach all of the time. They have to be able to tap into the teacher's reasons for making decisions as they do. We need teachers, because of that adaptive nature that they need to have, we need teachers that are always kind of seeking and solving those novel problems as they come up. And that links back to Hailey's point around agency. If we don't think about agency in coaching, then we're not equipping teachers to be able to be innovative and to solve those problems when we're not around. So coaching that just focuses on techniques and doesn't focus on when to use them is going to leave a teacher floundering when the coach isn't there. So we've got to have both. And we touched on why teachers need adaptive expertise when I mentioned that point around lesson plans and making those lesson plans that very quickly go out of the window. We can't have specific lesson plans that say exactly what the teacher's going to do on a minute-by-minute basis because the environment is so complex. And what do we mean by that? Well, often it's quite difficult to work out cause and effect when it comes to teaching. If we are having students who don't understand something, is it because our explanation was poor? Is it because their prior knowledge was weak? Is it because they had a poor explanation last year and actually you're building on really flaky kind of prior knowledge? It can be really difficult to work out that cause and effect. And that makes it tricky to improve. If you don't know what's causing your problem, then how do you know how to solve it? And this is a characteristic of a complex environment. You get this ambiguity. Why has this happened? Linked to this, it's therefore really difficult to work out what consequence your actions are going to have. So as a coach, you can suggest that a teacher tries this action out, you can rehearse it together, but you can't be exactly certain that it's going to solve the problem. Because we work in a complex environment, that teacher needs to be able to take that technique, go into their classroom, into their lessons, and they also need to be able to make decisions about how to tweak the usage of it, adapt to the usage of it. And if coaching doesn't support that ability to make decisions and adapt, then we're making it quite difficult for our teachers. So the main takeaway is that teachers need that adaptive expertise because the environment is so complex. But we have looked at what kind of underpins the adaptive expertise that some teachers have. So there are some teachers who are really quite expert and have this kind of fluid adaptive expertise. You go in and watch them teach and it's like they are tuned into everything. And you've probably seen them at this it's very kind of obvious which ones that you want to send. You know, there's teachers that are struggling with behaviour management and you might send them in to see another teacher teach. And it looks a bit like magic. So you can imagine Hailey, 20 years in, expert at behaviour management. And she's sort of fluidly walking around the room. And if she senses that a student's going to be problematic in any way, she might just move towards them. It's a really subtle thing that these teachers do to adapt to the situations that they see. So subtle that it almost looks like magic. And there's no point in sending the trainee to see Hailey because they can't work out what it is that she's doing. So that adaptive expertise, we've looked into kind of what is underpinning that. What do we need to develop in those teachers that are kind of newer to the profession or maybe need to kind of think about how to be adaptive in certain areas? And the answer cognitively seems to be mental models. So this is a term that's used quite a lot. It's often quite interchangeably used with the term schema. And essentially, it's just a construct. You can't crack open someone's skull and point to their mental model. It's not a physical thing, but it's a construct for understanding how people think. And this is what we think might underpin the decision-making of really effective teachers. So I'm going to explain to you a little bit about what mental models are, and then I'm going to give you a chance to share some of your expert mental models. So mental models are essentially the interface between what we know and the environment. We kind of see the world through our mental models. And what mental models do is they magnify important aspects of the environment for our goals, and they filter other ones out. So right now, the things being magnified for me are the expressions on your faces, which, I'm trying to see, is anyone falling asleep? Are people enjoying it? And things that I'm not focusing on are, well, now I am, but the traffic outside, for example. So things that I can filter out. So if you think about in teaching, the things that we magnify if we're a really good teacher will be in relation to the instructional goals. So if I've just set my students off on pair work, think about the things that I'm magnifying. I'm looking around the room and I'm checking that everyone has someone to speak to, that everyone is either looking as if they're listening or speaking, etc. So great teachers have strong mental models of different teaching situations that focus them on the right stuff and filter out the stuff that's less important. And we know this because research has shown that if you put a more expert teacher and a novice teacher and give them the same video clip of the lesson to look at, the novice focuses on the shiny shoelaces of some of the students, things that aren't particularly important. And the expert focuses on things that are relevant to their instructional goals. So better mental models are better at magnifying and filtering the important and unimportant aspects in relation to goals. We've talked a little bit about causal relationships and how difficult they are in complex environments. Well, actually, better teachers have a better sense of causal relationships. And I want to give you a kind of non-teaching example to start with. We all have a mental model of how to cross a road. We all have a mental model of how to cross a road. My little boy does not have a mental model of how to cross a road. I am not going to let my little 1.5-year-old toddle up to the curb and try and cross a road. That would be terrible. But we do. We know that you stand near the curb. If it's raining, you might stand back a little bit so you don't get splashed. We know that you'll look both ways and you'll judge whether or not you can get to the other side safely. That's your mental model of how to cross a road. It contains cause and effect. If I step out too soon and there's a car coming, that would not be good for me. I can judge that there's enough of a distance, I can walk out. Cause and effect. So the best teachers' mental models contain really good cause and effect. And you can see it. It's like they know their students and their subject inside out. When they want to ask a question to a student, they'll know just how to phrase it so that that student can answer. So if I'm going to ask Poppy, I know that she's going to be able to cope with this complex question, so I can ask it in this particular way. Cause and effect. But I want to ask Poppy this question, I think she's going to struggle, so I'm going to put a bit more support and scaffolding into that question. Cause and effect. So the best teachers have mental models that are really situation sensitive. They've got these really sort of baked into them, they've got these like causal relationships. And that's what we're trying to develop through coaching. They're also dynamic, these mental models. They can be run, and this is what helps with judgment. So you think about the crossing the road example again. I can run my mental model and play out what might happen if I step out right now. It's not going to be good, so I'm not going to do it. So the fact that I can run my mental model, press play on it, means I can make a better decision. Wait for a minute. And that's the same with teaching. Because teachers can play out what might happen, they can make better decisions. Anyone who's ever tried to plan a lesson for their students off someone else's PowerPoint slides has done a lot of this mental simulation. They'll look at a slide and they'll go, no. That will not work for my students. Really good teachers, it feels like intuition. But actually the research suggests that intuition might be a very quick playing of your mental model. If I do this, my class can't cope, I'm going to do this activity in a different way, or I'm going to scrap it altogether. So the best mental models have got these causal relationships and they can be run, they're nice and dynamic. And that's called simulation, mental simulation. Let's play out what might happen. It's potentially a really nice tool for coaches to use, mental simulation. If you decide on a technique with your teacher, you can say, okay, like play this out then. If you do this, what do you think the effect's going to be on this group of students? What do you think the effect's going to be on this particular student, etc.? So you can use that mental simulation. There's some early research, small study that suggests that mental simulation is used by better coaches. So I'm going to change slide in a minute, but I'm going to give you a scenario so you can get your mental models out there, because I can see on your faces you're really wanting to share your own mental models. So I'm going to show you a scenario and some questions. And what I'd like you to do on your tables is to talk through the scenario and talk through the questions, thinking about whatever choice you make, trying to simulate it. What do you think the effect of this choice will be? What do you think the effect of this other option will be, etc. So just, I'm going to give you a second just to read this slide, and then I'm going to reiterate the instructions again. Okay, so you've got your scenario and you've got your options. I'd like you to, even if you dismiss an option immediately, I'd still like you to try to think about why you've dismissed it. So simulate, why have I dismissed that one? What might happen that I'm not happy with? You also probably don't have as much information about the scenario as you would like. So just think about what information, extra information you would like. And we know with all good talk tasks that to keep people on track, you need a bit of accountability. So I will be cold calling people when we come back together. So make sure you write some notes so that you're ready to be called upon. I'm going to give you 4.5 minutes to talk in your groups. Off you go. Is it clear what you're doing? Have I explained that well enough?
No, it's fine.
You sure?
She's seeking clarity from someone else. So having an understanding of that, then I can add my explanation further. Or
Exactly.
I'm just listening in rudely.
Yeah, but in terms of context, if you're someone who, I don't know, is to actually come to lessons quite a lot and got some other stuff going on at the moment, it might be that in that circumstance, you would be delaying the lesson while waiting for Kira to hit.
That's why I would do year 3 though, in that it's very
Oh,
different.
sorry, I see what you mean.
It's different to
Ignoring,
ignore it for
fair
now
enough.
and then have
Yeah.
a quiet conversation with her. To not speak
Absolutely.
in
So
public.
because one suggested there's no follow-up whatsoever.
Exactly.
So agree.
But the middle one,
Be a trigger for volatility, or it could be distress, or it could be overstimulation and I just need a quiet place because I can't stay still. So actually that might just give me the time to take the information in. And that's why I'd thank them for following the instruction. But then I'd be aware of, I'd need to know the person, because if I did that, that could come across sarcastic and then it could escalate.
What did you say over here? What were your thoughts?
It's so hard to say without knowing.
It is. There's extra information that's needed. What kind of information would you want to know?
What happened before that warning, definitely. the rest of the class, we would say, it definitely depends whether it's secondary or primary, but in secondary school, you might not want to stop the whole learning because there might be children that will take that opportunity to start to do other things and get distracted. So you might want to continue and then deal with that behaviour.
So listen to that wonderful cause and effect, isn't it, that great teachers have. They know that they have to create this cover. They can't just focus in on one student to the behest of the others, because cause and effect. So that mental model that you want to build in those teachers. So what did you go for in the end? What did you pick? Or have you not picked yet? See if you can.
So it does depend.
Okay, we're going to come back together in 3, in 2, and finishing your conversations in 1. Thank you. So we're going to take a little bit of feedback on this. So I'd like to hear what you went for and your simulation. So what I mean by that is what you think would happen if you picked that option and kind of why you picked that option. And any other information that you think you would need. So let's go for this table.
2 of us initially were gravitating towards number 3. And we chose that because we'll tweak it a little bit. There's like a option 4/3, which is maybe thanking Kira for the acknowledgement of being quiet, first of all, and paying attention again. But maybe addressing the secondary behavior later on after Kira's had a time to calm down. And we thought that would be best for 2 reasons, really. One, not losing face publicly with the dynamic of the group. It doesn't slow down the pace of the lesson necessarily. But also then you can unpick any other underlying things that are going on there, which are linked to the reason she was actually whispering in the first place, which could have been a misconception of something you'd said before. Asking for clarity. Maybe she lost her bus pass and was asking her friend if she'd found it or seen it. I mean, there's a myriad of things. So actually our goal is to go back to it later and check in with Kira and see if she's all right.
Yeah.
But also we've had number 2 as a possibility, because in a school where the culture is track the teacher, arms on the desk kind of thing, we're not going to move on until we're all doing that. That could potentially be an important thing to do, to then go on to number 3. That was our navigation there.
And what's your name, sorry?
Aaron.
Aaron. Okay, so Aaron's just shared the group's kind of decision there, but listen to the richness of the mental model that sits behind it. A new teacher's mind would be absolutely blown. Think about all the things that Aaron just took into account when making that decision, or Aaron and his group. Not losing face, so that maintaining that authority in the classroom, not slowing down learning time, being a critical consideration, and wanting to unpick the issue with Kira and find out why. But then also thinking about how whole school systems can sometimes trump everything because we need that consistency, therefore maybe number 2. So the richness of this decision making, if we just focus on action, we are not training our teachers to make better decisions for the right reasons. So back to Andy's quote. So that richness of the mental model, it might feel like this huge thing, but how can we share our mental models and get across to teachers how to make those kind of better decisions? Now we've taken one mental model. Does anyone want to volunteer one from their group? Maybe they picked something else, or maybe they picked the same thing for different reasons, or do they want to add anything? Who wants to share? Yes, go ahead.
I think we had a very similar discussion. If we were going to go for 2, we're talking about it's really important the way in which you did that. So you might be waiting for Kira to sit up, but you might take that opportunity to narrate the positive as to something else somebody else is doing at that point. So you're not being passive aggressive to Kira. You're not necessarily putting the spotlight on her or saying, I'm waiting for you, or eyeballing in quite a direct way. So depending upon the relationship that you have with Kira and possibly the relationship she has with being in a classroom and being confronted about her behaviour, you could be making decisions in terms of the way that you did that. Do you do it in a non-verbal way? Do you do it in an authoritative way? Are you going to take the attention away from Kira to give her the opportunity, but sort of put the spotlight elsewhere in that time?
Yeah, which really highlights the importance of context, doesn't it? All the contextual features that teachers are taking into account, which again, if we just focus on action and not context, are we really building teachers' mental models about how to make decisions? Possibly not. Listen to all of the context that you took into account. The table at the back, we're also talking about history. I want to know what's just happened. I want to know about this student. So the fact that complex systems always have history. Students bring a history about how they feel about your lesson, how they feel about the school. Teachers bring histories with them to the classroom. And we have to kind of unpick that as well in complex systems. So thank you for sharing your very expert mental models. And hopefully that gets across the importance of the decision making that goes behind doing the right thing at the right time for the right reasons. So what we've done at Iris is we've tried to kind of build this idea of building mental models into the coaching model that's on the platform. And it's not too dissimilar to any coaching models that you might be using at the moment, and that's deliberate. We don't want people to throw out what they're doing and start all over again. So this might be kind of some tweaks to what you're doing at the moment. But essentially, I'll just give you a second to, or actually, I'll read them out. So L is learn from success. So that's usually the kind of praise element of coaching. Then in E, we examine the challenge, kind of what's happened. If you think about that scenario I just showed you, it's about examining what happened and why. Then A is for action steps. We really want to focus on changing behaviour as well as decision making. So we've got to focus on a nice granular step, have that time to rehearse it. And N is nurture, not just because it fits nicely with the acronym, but because it's the idea that you're not just embedding something, you're going to need to make tweaks to what you do when you take it into the real life classroom environment. And that N, thankfully, ChatGPT did have a role in that N, I must say, but it fits nicely, I think. So this is the model we're using, and I just want to show you one example of where it's kind of a slight tweak. So most models of coaching have got this praise element, where we tell people what they've done well, and we're trying to reinforce that behaviour for next time. So we might say, it was effective when you used cold call, you put the name last, and that meant everyone had to think. So you're basically trying to reinforce that behaviour so the teacher does it next time. But what we're saying is that learn from success is a slight tweak to that. It's not just telling the teacher what they've done well, but it's checking that they understand why they do it and when they do it. We don't want teachers with that inflexible use of the technique that think it's always right to cold call. We want them to understand when and why. Right thing, right time, right reason. So we might ask questions, and the Iris Learn model prompts us to ask questions such as this.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
It's interesting because we've got teachers coming out of college and university now. That latter bit which you mentioned about making the right thing at the right time and understanding why they make those decisions. Do you feel that has changed over time in terms of depth, understanding that the importance of understanding why a decision was made, rather than routinely doing it because that's what you've been taught to do?
I feel like we have, like with everything, when we try and push something in another direction, we sometimes go too far. So I feel like we had a lot of professional development when I started teaching that was just talking, and we never did anything, and we didn't change our practice. So we had what has been coined the knowing-doing gap. We know what we should be doing, but we don't go and do it. We're not changing teachers' practice. And then we had a push towards behavioural science. So we had the EEF mechanisms report, which is brilliant. I was, shouldn't sing my own praises, but I was part of that report, so I would say it was brilliant, but I do think it was really useful. But a lot of that came from behavioural science. It was from the Mitchie mechanisms, which was a group of behavioural scientists who were saying what it was that changed behaviour. And a lot of those mechanisms, not all, but a lot came from there. And I think that's right for closing the knowing-doing gap. We cannot let down teachers by just talking at them and not getting them to actually change their practice. That's really important. So I think the next step is to also think about the knowing, deciding, doing gap. How are we helping them with their decision making? So I think we're trying to kind of push things a little bit more in that direction. So yeah, so here are some of the questions that you're kind of prompted to ask. And I think what it does is two things. It supports the teacher to think about right time, right reason. But it also means that your coaches need to do that as well. I've been working with coaches over the last couple of years, and being a coach is just as good professional development for them as it is for the teacher. So this is going to take some kind, like it's going to help coaches to kind of upskill themselves as well. So imagine that the coach has asked those questions of a teacher. They've asked them, why did you choose to use cold call them? What features of the technique did you use effectively? What effect did it have on students? When wouldn't you use cold call? So that's a good question. When wouldn't you? What are the boundary conditions of this technique? Otherwise, we risk overgeneralizing. So imagine those questions have been asked, and then I'm going to show you on the next slide the response that the coach got. And I just want you to think, I'm going to give you a second to read it in a minute. Will this teacher use the technique at the right time for the right reason? Based on what they've said, do you think that they will do that, and how do you know? So have a read and then turn to the person next to you and just answer this question, please. Off you go.
Skip back to see the question again.
Yeah. So I'm just going to pop back to the questions. Essentially, they're checking, they're checking some understanding of cause and effect, and has this teacher done the right thing for the right reason? Do they understand when they should do it? And then this was the response. Do we think the coach should be like, yeah, they understand how to use it at the right time for the right reasons? Or is there any kind of red flags in their answer, do you think? Turn to the person next to you or on your table. See what you think. I'll give you just 3 minutes for this one.
This question on some of the comes after their
Oh, I gave a few seconds wait time.
Then obviously you've got reinforcement. So I go back to that response with another question. So what the second question is, because I was thinking in my head, that's not aligned with how I think it could be powerful. So I'd go back to them and I'd say, what challenges could present themselves in this situation? Or would there be a
Okay, coming back together in 3, in 2, finishing your conversations, please, in 1. Okay, listening in, there are some things that are kind of giving us a sense that this teacher kind of is doing things doing the right thing at the right time for the right reason. But there are some tables that I was kind of floating around who are saying, I'd want to dig more into that. I need to check that a little bit more because that isn't what my mental model essentially is of using cold call. So this is really important stuff. You're now thinking about developing decision making rather than just perhaps developing action if that was what you were doing before. If you already think about developing decision making, perhaps this has made it a bit more strategic what you would ask. Is it being done? Is the right thing being done at the right time for the right reason? And these answers that people give can really tell us, like, what do we need to ask next? And crucially, which part of my mental model do I need to share? Because it's not just about asking questions. We don't want to hide the ball. We want to share our expertise. We want to share our thinking. Okay, so we're going to link this back to Hailey's talk around agency. If teachers understand that the environment is complex, that cause and effect isn't easy, that making decisions and doing something isn't necessarily definitely going to lead to the outcome that they think, then they appreciate that ambiguity and unpredictability that are inherent in the classroom environment. And therefore, they see the need to really develop their decision making. It's not just about being a technician and having lots of tools that you can use. I have to actually develop my decision making too. And with support in that area comes agency. If I am able to make appropriate decisions, and I know why I'm making those appropriate decisions because my coach and I have worked on it, then we're moving towards agentic professionals who are doing the right thing at the right time for the right reason. We're also enabling them to behave as they need to behave in a complex environment, which is experimentation. Teachers can't always just do the same things all the time. They have to be able to adapt. And there's an element of innovation and experimentation within there. And Hailey was talking about how in those environments of high trust, then there's that risk taking is there, and they're able to do that. So it's all kind of linked in together. In order to behave well and to succeed in complex environments, agency and trust are necessary. Otherwise, you'll just have teachers who think they have to behave in exactly the same way. And when you come to observe them, it will be very performative and you won't be seeing someone who can flex. So this approach is one that we are hoping will also support with agency. Here's a summary of what we've kind of talked about today. And if you want to read a lot about adaptive expertise in general, and developing expertise, we've got some really nice references here that you can read a little bit more about if you'd like to. But thank you so much for listening. I'm going to hand back to Hailey now, and yeah, hope it's been useful.
Thanks so much, Sarah. And it was almost as if it's seamlessly linked, wasn't it? Sarah's stuff on adaptive expertise and my stuff on agency as well. I think what particularly stuck with me is this idea that actually, you know, the techniques and kind of the learning of techniques and the practicing of it is really, really important part of being an effective teacher. But actually, it's more than that. It's the mental models that lie underneath, and that helps us be that adaptive expert that Sarah talked about, and kind of having that opportunity to probe those mental models through through dialogue with a coach. And we know that video can really help with that, which is something we'll visit a bit later on. So thanks, Sarah, for doing that. I should also mention that in your goodie bags as well is our latest white paper, hot off the press, that Andy and I have written. And inside that white paper, it kind of sets out our vision for instructional coaching using the Learn model. So you can read much more about that in there as well. So it's now time for lunch break. The lunch is being served in the restaurant area of the hotel, which is actually just past the lobby. You'll see it on the right-hand side. And I think we're going to rejoin at 1 p.m. Are we okay for time? Yeah, we're going to rejoin at 1 p.m. So please do enjoy lunch, colleagues. Spend some more time networking, and I hope it's been really useful so far. Thank you. I'm not in a good place right now. So with that in mind, I'm delighted that I can now sit back and listen to our next guest speaker. And I'm really excited to hear Poppy Nobes, because Poppy is in schools in a multi-academy trust as the head of professional development at Aldridge Education, doing the business. So they are Iris Connect customers. They're doing brilliant things with our platform. She's going to share a lot of what she's been doing. So for those of you not familiar with Aldridge Education, they're a trust with academies pretty much all over the country, in Brighton, in London, in Manchester, woohoo, and Darwin as well. And Poppy is also an English teacher, or was an English teacher.
Third English teacher of the day.
Yes, this is amazing. So she completed a BA in English Literature at Sheffield University, and then trained as a secondary English teacher through the Teach First programme, who we also partner with. And she later earned an MA in Education from the University of Manchester. So Poppy has held a variety of different leadership roles before this one, including lead teacher for Key Stage 3 English, whole school teacher training and CPD lead, and acting head of department. But in her current role as head of professional development, Poppy leads a team of 5 who spend their time championing the Trust Growing Together professional development programme, as well as delivering the NPQs, ECF, and a SKIT training programme as a delivery partner of Teach First. So I'd like us all to welcome Poppy, please. I'm really excited to hear this, and she's going to talk to us about how you can scale instructional coaching across a trust. Thanks, Poppy.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Hello, everyone. Oh, it's very different up here to being in the audience. Hi. So I'm Poppy Nobes. I'm the head of professional development at Aldridge Education, and coaching is something that as an organisation we are really passionate about, and it is at the core of our approach to professional development. I'm going to ask you a bit of a strange question to start with, though, which might seem strange, but I am going to then connect back to the topic of my conversation. I always love a metaphor as an English teacher, so I love starting my training with a metaphor. So in this audience here, who has ever owned an iPod? I've owned an iPod. Yeah, I've owned an iPod. Great, okay. Who in the audience has ever owned a Microsoft Zune? Oh, a Zune, Z-U-N-E. Interesting. This is a Microsoft Zune. Microsoft Zune was released in 2006 as a direct competitor to the iPod. It was cheaper, it had a built-in radio, it had loads of things that should have been going for it, yet it failed. The iPod is still what we know as something that was a successful music device. And I think it's really interesting when we look at implementation of something which was a great idea in theory, but it fizzled out, and by 2012, it was withdrawn from the market. That's why you've not heard of the Microsoft Zune. And it's really interesting because this makes me think about education. And I wonder how many of you have ever had a really good idea in school that's been launched with a bang, there's been an amazing launch, some intro training, everyone's really excited about it. And then over time, other priorities come to the fore. And actually, it fizzles out into nothing. And you think, oh my goodness, what happened to that thing that we were trying to implement? We've totally forgotten about that. And I'm really going to talk about the EEF implementation guide a lot today, because they say that ultimately, it doesn't matter how great an educational idea or intervention is in principle. What really matters is how it manifests itself in the day-to-day work of people in schools. You can have a great idea, but if it is not embedded in your day-to-day work in schools, it is going to fizzle out and it is going to fail. Now, this is something that we really think about really keenly when we are thinking about our coaching program. So just to give you a little bit of background on our coaching program, it was actually introduced by our current CEO in 2019. So we've been using instructional coaching for quite a while now. It's very in vogue in UK education, but I like to think we were kind of there at the forefront. And we use this structure here, see it, name it, do it. And that is inspired by Paul Bambrick-Santoyo and his book, Get Better Faster. And actually, I'm going to talk today about how it's not It's not the model, it's not the process, it's not the structure that's the important thing here. It's how you execute it. We know that Dr. Sam Sims has said that actually instructional coaching is our best bet form of evidence-informed CPD, has an impact on student outcomes. And so we were really determined for this to work, and we started using See It, Name It, Do It. And then in 2021, aided by lovely friend Sarah over here, we had the EEF mechanisms come to the fore, and we felt a little bit of vindication actually, because lots of the things that they were saying in the mechanisms were actually things that we'd been using in our instructional coaching, really emphasizing. So things like revisiting prior learning. Okay, we always start with a See the Success, where we talk about their action step that they had last week and how it's gone in their classroom. Great, we do that. Also thinking about setting and agreeing on goals. Great, well, we have a name it. We always have an action step. Brilliant. We're doing that, tick, tick. We have our do it and modeling the technique, rehearsing the technique, feedback. Brilliant. We are ticking all of these mechanisms. Fantastic. We're doing a really good job. The thing is though, you can have a structure and on the surface, it looks like it's ticking all the boxes and like you're doing a really good job of implementation. But actually, is that enough? It's not enough. And I think that this diagram, I love the new revised EEF implementation report and this more complex structure around the 4-step process of implementation. Because actually, when we talk about sustaining something, we are not going to be able to sustain implementing something or embedding it in everyday practice if we don't have time to reflect, monitor, and adapt to improve implementation. And we weren't doing that. We had this model. We were hoping that people were following it, and then we were hoping that it had impact. So we held time for coaching. Isn't that enough? So we actually, in many of our schools, we had time built into the timetable where it was, oh, okay, this is your time to coach every week. So we had our classroom teachers, we had our coaches. But then there's several questions around this, because just because you're holding the time doesn't mean it's being used well. So how do we know the right action steps are being set? Because actually, quite a lot of the time, it's based on the opinion of one person. How do we know that that's the right thing to move practice forward? A really big question for us is actually, do the coaches know about the mechanisms? Do they follow the structure because they're told to, or because they know why each element works, and they know which bit of the model to use at the right time? And is there actually an impact on classroom practice? So it can be really easy to hold the time and then just leave coaches to it and assume that they're doing a really good job. Whereas actually, it's linking back to what Sarah was saying about the right thing at the right time for the right reason. Because we talk about teachers needing adaptive expertise, but equally, coaches need adaptive expertise. They need to understand why they're doing what they're doing. And so we introduced a new layer in order to support our coaches. Coaches for the coaches. And I know you might say to me, oh, well, where does it end? Do you then need coaches for the coaches, for the coaches, for the coaches, for the coaches? And actually, it is the power of this third layer where we help our coaches be better for our teachers by coaching the coaches, that actually we are improving the quality of what is happening in that held time. It's interesting that in that learn model, we have at the end about nurturing improvement, because I actually think that's what our coaches for the coaches layer does. It is about nurturing the improvement of coaches and helping them have more impact on the teachers. So we were like, okay, brilliant. We're going to have coaches for coaches. Fantastic. Right, we're going to do loads of things to help our coaches improve their practice and be really adaptive and have great mental models about coaching and be really brilliant coaches. So we had an initial training input. We had half-termly network meetings for coaches where we are refreshing their skills. We're showing them models. We're practicing coaching. We have a program called the Masterful Classroom, where all of our coaches who are really elite coaches, they are taken through a process of tracking the journey of their impact on coaching and data in the classroom and their impact on actually the development of curriculum and teaching. We have also really worked on our development of our professional development leads in schools. So actually, we need to get to a point where we're not the ones, as a central team, my Growing Together team, we aren't the ones who are saying, oh, your coaching is, yeah, fine, it's very adaptive, it's having great impact, or it's not. We wanted to empower leaders to be able to do that for themselves. So we introduced our facilitator scope and sequence. So this is a rubric, and we've read a lot of different evidence, and we've looked at what makes good facilitation of PD, what makes good coaching, and we have put it in this rubric, and I've brought some today if any of you want to have a look afterwards. And so we are helping our leaders give better feedback on feedback. And that was really important for us. Thing is, okay, we're doing all this stuff as a central function, but there's still something missing, because we have some really unique barriers as a trust that I'm going to talk about in just a moment. Something was still missing, and that something turned out to be Iris Connect. But before I talk about what our challenges were and how Iris Connect has helped us, I'd love you to just have a conversation on your table to think about what is something that you've implemented. Perhaps it is coaching, and what are the barriers that you are coming across as your school or trust? What are those things that are standing in your way of embedding that as really good practice at the moment? Just name some of those things on your table. Take 30 seconds. Off you go.
Oh, yeah. We did, we're going to do paired observations, experiments. I done like a number generator, and within 5 minutes of watching okay. Yeah. Which is almost like to like and so you're okay, so how's that going? Now you're trying to mindset.
Okay, let's come back together. And oh, I didn't do the pre-warn thing that Sarah did very well earlier, where she said she was going to cold call. So, but I'd love to hear a few different ideas about barriers that you're finding to implementation. Let's hear from this table, first of all, a barrier.
The issue, obviously, which is the easiest one, which is time, which everyone will probably say is one of the first major. But I think Iris helps with that, because the nature of how Iris works can make a huge benefit in terms of time. The other thing that Iris does kind of help, maybe could even further develop, is the use of research to back up your implementation process and the summarising of that research to allow teachers easy access to that summary, that research.
It's really interesting, thank you. And I always ask about barriers to implementation in various different training sessions, and time is always number one that people say. And yeah, spoiler, but yeah, I'm going to talk about how Iris has helped us with that. So thank you for that. Let's take from the back table.
Yeah, so I've just really used it, so I'm sort of new ideas and stuff like that.
Love that.
My leadership team is 13 people, so it's just a lot of people to get to say yes before you can get to move anything forward, it feels like. So a lot of hoops to jump through.
So even deciding what you're going to implement can be a barrier. Yeah, that's really interesting. Let's take one more back left table.
I think what I said was that kind of barrier to change. I and that belief that you were doing things right in the first place, so why do I need to change?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. Thank you. So it's interesting to hear where the crossovers are with the barriers that we were facing, because I feel like by this stage of our implementation, we'd done the research, we had our facilitator scope and sequence, and we'd set out our stall of exactly what we wanted our facilitation, our coaching to look like. We had lots of training opportunities in place. Lots of really enthusiastic coaches coming for that support. But there were 3 key barriers that, when we're talking about scaling across a group of schools, really reared their head. So I wanted to show you this map of our trust so that you can understand that we're a medium-sized trust. But look how far across the country we are spread. So actually, I'm going to talk about time in just a moment, but our biggest barrier to successful implementation and scaling and networking is our geography. We go all the way from, we have Packer and Backer and Aldridge Adult Learning here in Brighton, all the way up to Darwin with Blackburn. We've got a new school joining in Warrington. Unless I am on a train 24/7, how are we supposed to support coaches on the ground to develop their expertise? That was a barrier for us. Different types of settings. You'll see that here in Brighton, we've got Aldridge Adult Learning. We have secondaries, we have primary, we have a UTC, we have a studio school. So these are very different settings with very different needs, and also very different sizes of staff bodies, going all the way from a 1-form entry primary school all the way through to a secondary school with 2,000 students. So obviously that support and what that's going to look like on the ground needs to look totally different. So those were our challenges. And actually, enter Iris Connect to help us really think about how are we going to support coaches in all these different places. So I think what's really, really advantageous about Iris Connect is that you can obviously set it up in any classroom at any time in order to capture video footage. And that's obviously its basic function, but it's then what you do with that and the reflection that you have on that process that makes it so powerful. So these are just a few things that we do with the technology. So we want to model in our coaching sessions. So we are trying to capture best practice examples. And I've put of teaching, but actually that's a bit reductive because we don't just capture best practice examples of teaching. We film training sessions. We film one-to-one coaching sessions. We film co-planning meetings. We are constantly capturing examples of teaching and of leading those kind of development for staff in order to find those best practice examples. It's really powerful for our ECTs and our trainees. We watch them teach way more frequently, and we are able to do that with a push of a button and help their reflection. We also film and quality assure our mentoring sessions because we have all of this time held to develop our ECTs, but actually we want to make sure that that time is quality. So again, we are filming coaching, we're filming mentoring. This one is really, really important. We use our facilitator scope and sequence rubric in order to coach our coaches and our leaders of professional development. So if you look at my personal Iris, I have far fewer clips of actual teaching and just tons of coaching sessions, ranging from a coach who is a classroom teacher through to principals who film themselves coaching. Like, we all want to be expert coaches, and there's no hierarchy in this. It's about developing our mental models and our professionalism as an expert coach. Also, Iris is great for hosting groups, discussion boards, and that kind of thing to really help break down our geographical barrier and really bring people together. So I'm just going to show you a few screenshots of and our reflective pathways that I'm going to show you in just a moment. So I'm going to show you a few screenshots of things that we do on the Iris platform that have helped break down geographical barriers. They've helped take away that idea of, I don't have time to coach my coaches, because Iris really helps with that. So we capture different activities, not just lessons. So this is a science lesson at the UTC, and these slides, as you know, will be shared afterwards. So sorry if you can't see what's written, but you can see that dialogue down the side on the teacher's lesson. But then this is a one-to-one coaching session, exactly the same thing. This is a training briefing that has happened, and exactly the same thing with the comments down the sides. It's really, really powerful to film lots of different things. And actually, if you all have a shared idea of what quality looks like, then you can be having that dialogue. We also use groups. So this first group is just one coach and their coachee filming their coaching and the teaching over time. So the coachee in this example, Jack, I could watch his lesson from the beginning of coaching, and I could watch his lesson from the end. And hopefully I'm seeing a difference. I'm seeing that that coach has had an impact on his classroom practice. And the groups really help us gather together that evidence and track someone's progress over time. But then equally, this group has, from last year, had all of our coaching leads in it from across schools, and they were sharing videos of their coaches and then commenting on each other's practice. And so what a nice flexible way of using that group functionality to bring leads and people together from across the trust. Anna has just done a really nice piece of work with us, building some reflective custom pathways, because we have a really specific approach to coaching. We really wanted the pathways to reflect what we want to do as a trust and not just be generic. So our reflective pathway, and Hailey was talking earlier about actually setting aside time for reflection. So we have 2 different reflective models for staff to choose from, the Driscoll one, which I prefer because it's nice and simple, or the Gibbs one, and they select a reflection. It doesn't have to be teaching. It can be teaching. It can be a coach reflecting on their coaching. They select that reflection that they're reflecting on, and then they follow that process. And it just structures that reflection time in a really productive way. We also have one pathway, which is about the interaction between a coach and a coachee. And it was really hard to get a screenshot that shows the power of this. But essentially, each different tab is a different part of the coaching process, and really it directs them towards different theory, and then they have the action step and they discuss that, and then they move on to looking at a model, and it's really nicely structured, trying to really align with the mechanisms. And there's also a coach development workspace where if they are thinking about, oh, I want to coach on this particular thing, this can structure their planning of the session if they are new to coaching and they need support with their mental models. So it's really amazing how flexible the Iris platform is. And I think it's those who just say, oh, it is a way of filming. It's really reductive to actually all of these extra benefits of the platform that have really helped us connect across a geographical distance. And what are our lessons learned? Well, implementation is a process, not an event. I mean, I said that we launched instructional coaching in 2019, and I would not say we are perfect at it. We all have really strong mental models and we're brilliant every single day. Absolutely not. We are still on that journey and we're learning together, and I think that's really important. I think that structure and having See It, Know It, Do It was really important to get people doing the right thing at the beginning. But now we're increasingly wanting to think about adaptive expertise as coaches. And do you need to do it in that order if actually your coachee needs something different? And that's really, we're moving more towards a nuanced approach to coaching. So it was really nice to hear Sarah's talk earlier that we absolutely reflected what we're thinking about and working on. So once the foundations are in place, let's support adaptive practice that's the right thing at the right time, not just because we're following a certain structure. I think when we first started training coaches, we didn't emphasize the why enough. So you're following this model and it's going to work. Off you go. Okay, you're following this model and it's going to work because of the mechanisms and because of the research and because of the bigger picture. And we are much more expert at that now. And I think we're passing that on to our new generation of coaches. We also think that actually when we moved up a layer and my team weren't giving feedback to teachers anymore, that's for the coaches on a school level to do, we're giving feedback on the feedback. All of a sudden the conversation changed, and actually our coaches are getting much better and it's having a much better impact on teaching. And we couldn't have done it without Iris Connect really bringing us together. So I think that was really, really important. Schools are also becoming much less reliant on my team because they have the specialisms and the expertise in-house. And isn't that what we want in a trust? We want schools to be able to thrive in their own contexts. Oh, so I don't want you to just take my word for it. I essentially emailed some colleagues and I said, please can you write me 1 to 2 sentences about why you really value Iris? And they all sent me back an essay. So I've got the essay on the slides, and I think you'll read, you'll read the whole thing when it's sent out, but I've highlighted some key phrases. So firstly, I asked Diane Hayes, she is the coaching lead and the assistant principal for teaching and learning at Darwin Vale High School. And I just highlighted these things here about what a valuable tool it is. It saved her time. She can give targeted feedback. And what we talked about, we want to monitor practice. We want the coaching on coaching to become part and parcel of what we're doing. Dawn Barlow Ward is a school improvement partner in the North. Iris makes my role manageable. I just think that's amazing. Real-time feedback. Teachers are increasing in confidence. She was particularly reflecting on our 1-4 entry primary school. They really struggle to find time for PD because there are hardly any of them doing so much work. But their ability to actually have those conversations on videos on the platform, they're increasing in confidence, filming themselves, responding to that feedback. And she can model practice remotely and not have to be on the ground all the time as well. The leader of our skit, again, wrote me an essay. Iris is invaluable. Loved this about holistic picture of trainee progress. It's like what I was talking about earlier with that group where I had Lucy and Jack, the beginning of their coaching relationship and all the way through to the end. She's able to see a holistic picture of progress over time and capture that really tangibly. And she really wants to hold time for reflection. She feels that if you start reflecting early in your career, it becomes a habit, and actually you're more likely to do that later in your career. And finally, our ECF lead, again, talked about it being a powerful tool. And I think my favourite comment from Ted was about reflecting in a safe and a low stakes environment. It can feel high stakes to film yourself, but actually the way that we have the culture around filming yourself, it actually means that it's shared between you and the coach. And it is more low stakes than it could otherwise seem. It's a valuable tool for growth, and our work is more efficient and productive. I liked that a lot. So don't just take my word for it. My colleagues really value this. It's making a really big impact on the way that we give feedback on feedback and actually having an impact on our group of schools and really acknowledging their differences, but also the differences that make them really successful when it comes to coaching their own teachers in their own environment. So I don't know how much time I have left. Oh my goodness, I've got 1 minute for any questions, but I'll be around later as well. I have copies of the facilitator scope and sequence if you'd like to have a flick through and see what we're working with. But if there are any questions, yes, go for it. Thanks.
Just to go back to the colleagues about mindset, really. How did you, what do you think was the key lever that you used to ensure that the culture was right, in the sense of not people thinking it was like a Big Brother style introduction rather than a really valuable self-development tool?
Oh, for Iris?
Yeah.
Oh, so we had a lot of help from lovely colleagues in the room, actually. People like Anna, people like Vesna, who really helped us get the launch right and emphasising all of the aspects of the platform that keep your videos really private, and the fact that you're only sharing your practice with the people that you choose to share it with. And I think that it was really important that we had support from the professionals who'd launched it in thousands of schools before. But then also in a lot of our schools, we started with a really small group of staff. And it was really interesting. So one of our schools, Darwin Aldridge Community Academy, massive school up in Darwin. And we were like, oh, they're going to be really funny about this. So let's only start with a small group of staff. And then all of a sudden they're like, what are you doing? You're filming your own lesson. I want an account. Oh my goodness. And we were surprised but heartened, actually. When you made it really exclusive, people really wanted to try it out. So yeah, that was a strategy as well. Yes.
I think we're all agreed that evidence base is absolutely crucial.
Mm-hmm.
But an evidence base is only as strong as the reliance, the strength of the quality of the research.
Mm.
So I think it's probably a general question to you and to Lawrence. What's the criteria for choosing research and its provenance? Because it's one thing to quote editors of the paper, but it's another thing to know what the quality of that research actually is.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting question. And actually, I think that the EEF is a really good standard for research, and actually what comes out of that organisation, I trust that it's coming from a really good place. But then there are also multiple other sources, like on the EEF website, where they have the different trials and things with the different padlocks. and showing the strength of that research. I think it's really important to look into that. And the thing is, on a school level, people don't have time to be critiquing research and thinking, is this the right research? So actually, I do think that's the benefit of having a professional development team. So we do a lot of the, is this the right research? Is this actually, was this trial carried out under the right conditions, etc.? And we have a journal club and we do a lot of that thinking, so that by the time it gets to schools, it's like, we've done all the due diligence. This is what we're going with. So I do accept that. And I think that there's some educational research that's taken as fact that isn't necessarily formed on the most solid foundations, but we do a lot of due diligence for that. And I know the Iris team will as well. And so, are you going to come in on that as well, Sarah? Yeah.
It's one that doesn't get asked enough. Because I think we have a bit of a culture of, if someone puts up evidence, that it is accepted without question. I agree with what you said about the EF. They're generally quite good at calling out where the strength of their evidence isn't quite there, which I like about them, because they'll say, like, this was a efficacy trial, we have to go and do an effectiveness trial, etc.
That's really reassuring. Come from a medical background.
Yes.
You're always very sceptical about research that's protocol drug company.
Yeah.
You would say that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
I think
the mechanisms research, what Sam and Harry, who were main instigators, did was they pre-registered the framework. So the framework they came up with from research, mainly behavioural science, but also cognitive science, and they pre-registered it. So they lived or died by this framework. So it could have been that all the studies, all the RCTs they looked at, showed that the framework was wrong. Luckily.
But I think probably corona is actually ours has got a huge potential for an evidence base for all schools involved. Is that a role that you see?
Well, we're involved in research and evaluation quite a lot in the US in particular, and very recently, I think it was about 2 years ago now, wasn't it, Andy? We were involved in a real kind of gold standard trial looking at the sort of efficacy of video coaching with almost 1,000 teachers, so it was a huge trial. So we've been involved in, we've got a long history at Iris Connect of being involved in kind of research and evaluation projects. But it's interesting that you come from a medical background, because I think medicine has got this more right, I think, and teaching in some respects, because we've only been sort of an evidence-informed profession for a short amount of time compared to the medical world. And you have a model called 5 A's of evidence-based practice, which I have a lot of trainees at the University of Sunderland, and I teach my trainees and mentors to ask those 5 questions. You know, asking yourself, is this kind of a gold standard piece of research? Is it peer reviewed? Is it in a similar environment? So I think we're way behind, I think, the medical world, and then we're moving towards that kind of critical consumerism of research that we reviewed.
I think what's really hard as well is that what is the impact you're looking for? Is it GCSE results, but then you're not looking at the impact on wider school life. So then you come down to the question of, okay, so what is education for? And that makes it really hard, because in medicine, it's, did the patient get better? But then in teaching, it's, what is my impact? Is it that they got really good exam results, or is it something more? So I think we need to almost define that first. And that's what makes it so much more complex. Informed, yeah.
The key piece of research is the implementation guidance. It's the recognition that, like, it's never your context that begins something in. Even if it was your context keeps changing. Yes. So implementation is always going to be.
But that's the skill of being a professional.
Yes.
Using the evidence base to the context that you're in, and that's very much the challenge in general practice.
Yeah.
Is that you had this evidence base, but you had to apply it to an individual sitting in front of you. It's the same for the classroom.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm aware I've probably gone over time now, but that was a really interesting question. Thank you. But I just wanted to give you the Growing Together email address at aldridgeeducation.org. And if you want to get in touch about anything that I've talked about today, please do. And I also have Catherine is here from Packer, So she's experienced all this. So please do ask what they're doing with coaching at Packer, because I'm sure she'd love to tell you. So thank you very, very much. And I hope that was useful to see what this can all look like in a real life context. So thank you, everyone.
Poppy, that was great. Thank you so much. And I think what I took away the most from that really is, obviously I work at Iris Connect. I know what brilliant stuff you can do with a platform, but to see it in action, I think, in a school, and to see the impact it's having on those teachers is something that makes me feel really proud, actually, to work at this company. So thank you so much, Poppy. So we're going to finish off today with a presentation from Andy Newell. So I introduced Andy briefly at the beginning of the day, but Andy is the founder of Iris Connect way back in 2008, I think, Andy, or something around then. Yes. So he's our MD, my boss for his sins. And Andy is incredibly passionate about how we as a profession can bridge the gap between what the research shows us about what effective professional development looks like, and actually the practical delivery of the impactful learning interactions. So I think it dovetails perfectly with Poppy's presentation. So Andy's journey towards sort of formulating and building Iris Connect actually started at the University of Sussex, where he did some groundbreaking work on the use of video in ITT, in initial teach training. And this culminated in the development of our web-based platform to enhance teachers' reflection and collaboration. And we've come a long way since then. I think I first used Iris Connect many, many years ago now, and it almost looked like a little Dalek that you wheeled into a room. Does anyone remember those? Yes, come a long way. So since founding the company, Andy's worked around the world supporting effective teacher development, and he's been involved in many inspiring educational projects and research, some of which I mentioned before. So Andy, I'd like to invite you up now. He's going to talk to us about how we can overcome those resource limitations with our new product launch of Pathways Plus AI.
Thanks, Heidi. I'll probably start with just a few kind of reflections on the day so far. First of all, absolutely fantastic to have you all in the room. We're hearing some wonderful conversations, and been lucky enough to be involved in a few of them myself. First reflection was, if anyone could have made the Zoom work, I think it might have been you, Poppy. Such a detailed sort of implementation, such a thoughtful implementation. It's absolutely fantastic to see. The other thing that obviously struck me, I've sort of been aware of the recruitment and retention crisis. It's been a background kind of nagging thing in the education system for some time, but the extent to which it has worsened in recent years is starting to move into sort of emergency territory, isn't it? And obviously, the support we provide teachers with in order to help them be more effective. I think ultimately one of the things that I always go back to was that 2015 study that why do people stay in teaching, and the number one reason agreed, I think something like 95% of teachers, was being good at it and making a difference to children's lives. So the more obviously we can help them do that, the more we are likely to be able to hold on to such valuable assets. Obviously, the other element of that comes down to the nature of the support we provide them. It's very easy for professional development programs to become disempowering, to remove agency. And actually, ultimately we must combine agency. It's not nice to have anymore. Given those statistics, that's an imperative. It's a moral and practical imperative. One of the things we've been looking at in great detail is how can we take a model that does have a firm evidence base, really interrogate that evidence base, try and understand what mechanisms, what aspects of the instructional coaching process are making a difference, throw in that agency, make sure that we're involving teachers in the decision-making process, put decision-making front and center within the process. So it's something that we're reflecting on and developing and supporting at all times. So last little reflection, actually. we come to technique. Now, technique's really important, and it's the thing that allows you to do stuff. Because if your brain was full of all of the individual granular parts of a particular skill or action, then you wouldn't have time or the mental capacity to notice, respond, and adapt. But I believe there are some fallacies in that space too, though, which is, in some cases, you hear the narrative of, I need to get the skill or get the technique in place, and the other stuff, the noticing, the responding, the adapting, will come later as a natural consequence. It's interesting, though, that when we look in professions where getting it wrong early in your career from the beginning has dire consequences, we don't take that approach. So, for example, in medicine, in airlines, etc., we ensure that the thinking is embedded in the technique. There's a few interesting ways that that's done. One, of course, is the narration, the surfacing of mental models in the act of doing. So it's really common in the airline industry, for example, for someone to narrate their practice as they're doing it. So it will be, I'm coming in onto the glide slope, I'm a little bit low, I'm going to apply a little bit more power. In the meantime, the coachee is listening to this and seeing the relationship between the thinking and the doing. Flipping that around, of course, how much better positioned are you to be able to provide someone with feedback if you're surfacing the thinking that's sitting behind the doing? And so there are a couple of other mechanisms that they use. One is in the space of debrief, so, or an after action report, where you'll quite commonly sit down and say, what underpinned that decision? Why did you choose to go around? What was, and then you can surface the underlying practice, and it creates a great opportunity to learn from error. So anyway, push comes to shove, that was my reflection about the importance of the sort of bringing some of this medical model into what we're doing. So yeah, I'm here to just introduce, firstly, some of the thinking that sits behind some of the changes and developments we've been making, and the platform as a whole, actually, to be fair. But then also to introduce you to our AI pathways. So Iris has been around for a while. You make me feel very old, but we have. And actually, education is a challenging place to get solid data. Everything's very messy, and you only build up significance in sort of large-scale randomized control trials, to be in my opinion. And that's something that we've been involved with. We supported Teachstone in the US to implement their MTP coaching model using our system, and that was positively evaluated by Mathematica policy research across 450 schools, I believe it was. So the video aspect is important because it allows you to do more things. So when we think about professional development, I think of it in two main dimensions. One, of course, is breadth. You know, we want to reach every teacher. Now, this is a slide as old as time, but we do know that the reason we want to reach every teacher is because teaching really matters. It really matters to outcomes and the life chances of young people. It's the largest controllable factor, is what I tend to. You can't do much about student prior characteristics and prior attainment, but you can do something about the quality of teaching. And again, the reason we want to reach everybody is because that effect is cumulative. You want an unbroken chain of great teaching because it adds up. But one size doesn't fit all. We can't take the exact same coaching approach or the exact same professional development approach with everybody. I mean, not least because, with lots of different stages one might be at within your career, but also different levels of domain expertise within that space. And the approach you might take, obviously, with an ECT might be very, very different to the one that you took with an experienced teacher with an existing mental model and existing fluid skills. So when we sort of think about this notion of, reaching every teacher, we need to be reaching them in the right way so that we're meeting their needs right now with the thing that's in front of them, and with the approach that's going to foster their agency, wherever they are, wherever you are as a teacher. Your decision making, and you can be involved in the process. Obviously, with someone who needs that much more support and structure, then yes, of course, a coach can be quite sort of directed because that's what they need. But as expertise emerges, we're going to change that approach. So the other thing that we want is depth, that personalization of the learning process for people has to be something that, we offer to everybody all the way along this spectrum. And obviously, historically, that's been enormously hard to do. So when we talk about depth and expertise, what are we trying to foster? What are the ingredients that sit within this sort of mix of adaptive expertise? Well, first and foremost, that theory that we're talking about, that research, being research informed, is a vital aspect to this. But not everybody has the opportunity or the luxury of being able to sit down and read massive research journals. We also need those techniques, as I was saying, that vital sort of underpinning of a fluid technique that frees us up to be able to notice, respond, and adapt. I'm slightly differentiating between mental models and situation models or situational awareness within this, but ultimately these next two slides could be much the same thing, which is the ability to sort of know what to do, the decisions to make at particular moments, but also the ability to notice that you need to do them. So doing the right thing at the right time for the right reason. So that's quite a lot to be attending to. And we know, of course, that a lot of these components, I'm not going to dwell on this slide, I think we've seen it like 3 times today, haven't we? But we do know that these mechanisms are important in activating each one of those different areas, if done in the right way. So, breadth and depth. Do we ever get it? There's ultimately all those things I spoke about there, all of the different kind of learning experiences that would sit behind developing my theoretical knowledge, developing my noticing skills, etc. Very time intensive, very one-to-one in nature. So how do you reach everybody? How does everyone have a coach? Well, this is what we've been working on now. I think it's funny, isn't it, when you sort of been in a particular area of practice for long enough, you can sometimes don't know exactly why you're doing what you're doing at the beginning, but over time, I think solving this problem, this issue of how to reach everyone with depth, is the calling. It is the mission of this company. So we started out with video because we recognized that things like modeling, observation, feedback were being horribly undermined by geography, distance, timetabling. So you're having these really rich, powerful mechanisms that we knew would lead to change, but schools weren't able to do it enough with their teachers. We also think that when you sort of think about those rich learning experiences that we need to develop as adaptive experts, that some of the lift can be supported with AI. Now, AI is obviously, it's a nascent technology. We don't know exactly where it's going, but even now, it's able to take a look at a broad sweep of a lesson and identify interesting characteristics of it or emergent themes from it that can fuel really effective conversations. Finally, in this mix, we have structure. So adaptive structure. So, when you're doing professional development, you kind of, schools are busy, they're crazy places, and being able to know what to do next and having that laid out for you in a powerful way that's going to walk you through those effective mechanisms is an important part of the picture. So we think video with AI and structured pathways of learning will enable us to reach every teacher. But ultimately, all of this, you could do all this and not be in service of effective professional conversation. And that's not the approach we're going to take. We're using all of these tools to free up time to have meaningful conversations within and between schools. And so ultimately, professional development, progress, reaching everybody is about freeing people up to have more meaningful conversations more frequently. So what I'd like to do is just give you a quick overview of how we're looking at doing this. Now, bear in mind, what I'm going to be showing you today is, excuse me, what I'm going to show you today is very, very new, as in I'm actually showing it to you on our development platform. So anyone who's got any sort of background in tech is immediately going, ah! Because all manner of things can go wrong when you're demonstrating something on a dev platform. But I thought it was exciting enough and we got it close enough to be worthy of showing you today. Oh, it's up here, isn't it? There we go. Happy days. Right. So, one sec. That way. Fantastic. Fantastic. Finally got there. I work in IT, me. Anyway, so don't really know where to start exactly with this. I want to show you an AI coaching pathway. So what this is doing basically is laying out a sequence of steps for coach and coachee to go through together. But every teacher's different. We want to reach them with their specific needs. So the pathway adapts as you're using it. It responds to your needs and changes. It puts, obviously, the teachers concerned at the heart of that decision-making process and surfaces things so that it's explicit that we're going to take these directions, etc. But ultimately, it is supported by a platform and an approach that means that we're going to be more consistent. So let's have a little look at an AI coaching pathway. The other thing about a dev platform is it's a bit slow. Right, you can't see that, can you? Is that all right? Kind of. Yeah, not brilliant. Okay, well, what you can't see, because it's sort of a bit grayed out, is there are different steps along the side of this pathway. So record and analyze, select and read, deep dive, and then learn and examine, agree a goal. Ah, you recognize this bit, right? So down here, learn and examine, learn, model to learn from success and examine a challenge, agree a goal, and rehearse, nurture. And next, I've added a bit. So that's the sort of coaching meeting. That's the structure of that. What's this stuff beforehand? Well, this stuff is about saving time in that meeting, about adding richness to the conversation in that meeting. And it's using fairly extensively AI to support doing that. So first things first, record a lesson and submit it to the AI insight below. So as you know, with Iris Connect, you can use an app, record a lesson, it saves to your account on the Iris Connect system. And then from here, you can select it and draw it into the AI pathway. So once it does that, it's been preset to do some, what I hope are fairly useful things. So one is it infers what it feels like the teacher's learning intentions were from what it sees in terms of the evidence of the lesson. It also then provides an overview of that lesson, so it just breaks down physically what happened. It identifies what information or where within their learning students would need to be able to access this content meaningfully. And it also predicts or suggests where you could go with this. So once this learning is secure, what is it preparing these students to be able to go on and do next? Yeah.
Is that based around sort of national curriculum or examination specifications?
It's broadly and tangentially to do with the national curriculum, but as soon as we sort of tied it down really rigidly to it, we started getting some nonsense answers. So it's broadly aligned with that, and we hope it will be something that will be applicable in lots of contexts as well. So I think GCP is very, very good at knowing what you might need to know. Yes. Next thing is it's pulled out an overview of the different phases of this lesson. Sometimes it gets it around the other way and a bit of modeling happens before, all that sort of stuff. But broadly speaking, it pulls it out and gives you a description of what was happening. As a coach now, who's also a member of this pathway, I'm no longer faced with that dilemma. The one that runs, I've only got 15 minutes, so I'm going to observe for 15 minutes. And then when you're observing for 15 minutes, you don't necessarily know what the antecedents were, what happened before, what were the consequences of what you saw, etc. This gives you that opportunity to use those 15 minutes to go and have a look at what the do now activity looked like.
So the people that weren't here, hands up. You should be flicking through your book. Okay. What did we learn about Simpson and Lister? Because these are...
That's the ability to sort of zoom in from the pathway into an actual reflection and watch that moment. So it does give you that capacity to be quite... so this is all in service of basically having a more effective meeting. Now, what we also wanted it to do was to give us some structure around where we might start, the area of focus. So one of the things that was a very early design requirement was that development should be happening within an area of focus. So an area of focus is a broad theoretical teaching domain that's underpinned by evidence and research. The reason that we are pinning it within an area of focus, the development of action steps is happening within an area of focus, is because without that, you run the risk of coaching becoming a diagnostic activity and a technique-led thing. The intention within this is to provide that orientation, the theory, so that we can, when we're analysing and reflecting together on the practice, we're able to pull out aspects of that theory to underpin the conversations about decision making. What's actually going on here is quite interesting. So you'll see that there's conventional starting points where you can build on a strength or focus on the largest growth opportunity. And then there's underlying factor and quick win. This is based on conversations with coaches that go something along the lines of, well, if AI can identify the area where the teacher needs the most support, the problem is I might not choose to start there. We all know that if we're working with someone maybe whose confidence is low or we're early in a coaching relationship, we might not just jump straight in. And so what we've got here is the underlying factor of checking for understanding. So your biggest growth opportunity is feedback. So it's identified that the feedback in this lesson needed some support. But it also has identified that maybe we might be beneficial for us to start with techniques and strategies around checking for understanding, because obviously if the teacher's checking for understanding isn't being particularly effective, then it's not necessarily very easy to frame your feedback appropriately. Additionally, so that's almost like upstream thinking, but then the quick win is like downstream thinking, saying, well, given your strong practice in the space for instruction for initial understanding, you might find, you focusing on consolidating that learning is obviously something that is going to be potentially a quick win for you as an area of focus. So it just presents these options back to the coachee and the coach. And then what we will do is we will select an area of focus based on that dialogue. So the process of selecting an area of focus basically goes out and calls on the resources that we have available. He says, maybe the internet connection's not so good. There you go. So in resources are these things called mini guides. And so mini guides are, people who've used Iris a lot, they're like groups, but they're designed to be pulled into my pathway now to inform the next step. And so these are the broad domains that we can select from. And so we will make a selection. And once I make that selection, it does one other important thing. So we're focusing in on checking for understanding. What it's doing now is it's pulled in a specialist AI to do a deep dive around checking for understanding. So we can reanalyze exactly the same video, but now with a lens of checking for understanding. So first of all, it provides a prompt for that learn from success stage, picking out something that looks really interesting and ask the teacher something about their decision making and then noticing that underpinned that effective thing. It's then identifying against our sort of list of techniques that we could be working on together, moments where either it could have been used or was used with a description and discussion around it. And then finally, it's using all that to make action step recommendations. So what techniques would you focus on, and giving it, again, presenting it as options rather than purely like, do this, do that. So this coaching meeting is now informed by the coachee having reflected on their practice in some specific areas, conducted some pre-reading in an area that's aligned with their priorities, put the decision-making aspect of this to more in their hands, and they've got a sense of, well, the coach has had the opportunity to observe that lesson remotely, being able to zoom backwards and forwards and identify interesting themes. So hopefully this 10-minute process is going to make this hour-long process so much more effective and so much more focused on dialogue and reflecting on decision-making and reflecting on noticing. So as you can see within here, we're now at a learn and examine stage. So this is the actual meeting itself. We're coming together. And the first thing, and I won't spend much time on this, you've got the opportunity to sign off on action steps. The reason is that you haven't done the technique at the end of the meeting. It's the actual process of a technique becoming embedded and routine and effective happens over time. So instructional coaching sometimes becomes a bit of an event, not a process. So this is recognizing that at the end of this pathway, it's not going to be complete until such time as later we come back in and look at it and go, yeah, actually now I'm seeing you're using that with great fluidity. So first step is a positive review of progress. The second step is that learn from success and narrating that learn from success process. Everything that's going in here into these fields is being sort of absorbed by the pathway and is visible in the metric. So like when I take a pathway, it surfaces key information to the rest of the school. Like I started work, I noticed this challenge. I selected this strategy, I implemented it like this, and the impact was this. So this information is sort of more of a public aspect to the process. Then there's the examiner challenge, where we might start to break down the challenge itself, and obviously in here, handy hints and tips for the coach and the coachee to guide their conversation. And then here's the key part. Because we've selected a particular area of focus, we're able to provide people with a map of the pedagogy here. Sorry, it's a bit difficult on this computer. There you go. So we can actually now start to explore together as part of the coaching conversation, diagnostically working our way through to find an action step that's going to be beneficial for us. Finally, in this space is the part where we actually embody that action step meaningfully. So when I click on this, it's going to present me with the techniques that are associated with this area of focus. So we didn't really do a massive deep dive on that. Which one would you like me to pick of the techniques associated with what we're in? Checking for understanding. What's a good one? Okay. So by selecting that, it's going to, again, pull that resource into the pathway for me, which is down here. And each one of our technique guides is broken down into an overview of the technique, a model, and a rehearsal activity, or a suggested rehearsal activity that the coach could very easily, bring more value to, more richness. So this is the overview of cold call. So this is short enough for us to be able to discuss it in the meeting is the intention. So we've got cold call, what it is, its desired effects, the problems or challenges that it addresses. And then we'll have a video model. So got a few projects underway to actually illustrate these from two perspectives. One is from a completely decontextualized model, and the other is to show examples in practice. One thing that we hopefully will be able to do shortly is make that examples from practice from your context, from your school. But this is why Sarah hasn't seen the light of day for the best part.
In this video, I'm going to show you a model of the technique cold call. If you're experiencing problems such as, I really need a sample of what students know, then this technique could be for you. Remember, you can copy the model you see, but you'll probably want to tweak it for your context. If you do decide to do this, try to stay true to the features that we think make it effective. These are: ask a question, provide appropriate wait time. This will depend on the challenge of the question for the particular student or students you want to ask. Choose a student who allows you to generalise, a student who suggests that other people may or may not know, depending on what their answer is. Avoid eye contact with the student that you want to ask until you ask them. And say the name last and step away from the student. Stepping away from the student opens up the room so that they feel they have to speak louder, everyone can hear them, and everyone feels part of the answer. I'm going to show you this model now in action. Given what we've learnt, why doesn't a book lying on the table move unless we push it? Charlotte.
I feel like there's something about the vibe of the picture-on-picture that's got sort of like an AI-generated quality in itself. I'm wondering if we can just take that and have you doing all the techniques. Anyway, so yeah, hopefully that gives you then a really great foundation for the next step of this little mini guide, which will be the rehearsal activity. The first part of that is a reflection on the model that you've seen. So a discussion of the model. So things to consider. And then in here, some key take homes that we must make sure we capture in that conversation. And then a suggested practice activity that we can undertake together. So finally, there's this sort of nurture and next piece, which is about the conversations necessary to like planning, like how are we going to fit, what other resources do you need, all those sort of things. And we're going to create our pathway for our next coaching interaction. Down here is the sign off that we'll come back to in the learn and examine phase of the next meeting. So you've got the opportunity then to say, yep, I think that practice was secure. So we can come to here, click on that. Hopefully this works. I'm sure it works. Why wouldn't it work? There we go. So we're now actually back in the previous part of the process, and we've got the opportunity to now sign this technique off and say, yeah, that's secure, and that's visible across the organization. So the key thing about pathways is that, yes, you're providing that structure. The AI is there to mean we can get on the same page more quickly and have richer conversations. It's not there to give teachers feedback or to make judgments, etc. One of the nice things, just to show you though, as a leader of an organization, using our pathways generally, but also specifically our AI pathways, is it does give us this rich information across the organization about the overall areas of focus that people are working on, the specific techniques that are being refined for context, the overall progress through the various pathways of learning. And just to say, over here on the left-hand side, that was a coaching pathway, but there are also self-reflection pathways, as Poppy spoke to. There are also collaborative pathways where we can bring teachers together into a collaborative group and work with them over time on a shared or common goal. And then finally, what you get is that overview of an individual cycle of coaching. And you can see here that it's surfacing the key information that we need to be able to have a conversation about progress and to be able to celebrate that progress as well. So yeah, that's the system in a nutshell. But I'm very, very excited to take some questions. Yes.
Sorry, just the bit where you submit video and then it generates the stuff. Is that what the coachee would do in advance to prepare for the meeting, or would the coach and the coachee both sort of go through that process?
It's a fab question. We've left it flexible. So the idea is that, yeah, with a experienced teacher or someone with good domain expertise, you might say, well, you choose the area of focus independently. Or with someone who needs that a bit more support, there's a sort of discussion forum there for them to say, actually, I think maybe we should focus on this. So it gives us one way or the other. One last thing I didn't mention about those pathways is they're completely adaptable. So what you've seen from us is the template, but you can change those because you might have a different amount of time available for your coaching process. You might have different priorities as an organization. So those content guides, the things that came in around technique, the areas of focus, all completely adaptable. The individual sequence of steps associated with a pathway, again, completely adaptable. Yes?
Very new to this. So I've had my first go filming myself about 3 weeks ago. And then I was watching celebrities try and get out of the jungle as I was sort of reviewing the lesson and typing some comments. I just thought it's quite therapeutic actually, just go through and go, why did I do that? All different. Then I found the AI pathways and I ran it through and I was amazed with what it came up with. I was wondering, does it take the comments of my reflections in it?
Not
or
yet.
Does it just, so it just purely takes the transcript from the lesson?
Yes, but we want to make it so that it also takes, for example, information from you, because at the moment it doesn't know how young the learners are, it doesn't know what they've learned before, so it approximates what the cognitive load might be.
So the AI works with absolute independence from
at the moment.
Person.
At the moment, but we do want to personalize it down so that you can actually get into.
I was really amazed with what it analysed and why it said that was.
Was it Rosenshine's principles and structure?
Well, I did key moments first of all, and then I ran it through all four moments, and each of them I found really quite intuitive how it came up with it.
Does hallucinate sometimes. This is actually one of the other things about this, that AIs hallucinate. It's a thing. They do that. With the way we've structured them, we've tried to reduce that all the way down to the point where it's useful. But one of the things that we'll have to sort of narrate constantly with teachers is that's going to happen occasionally. It will come back and say, no, you didn't ask any questions in that lesson. Like, what? Does do that sometimes. Run it again and it'll probably be okay. What you don't want is that culture of like, oh yeah, no, it doesn't work at all, because it's
not perfect, therefore it's useless.
Exactly that. It's definitely useful.
Stimulates educational dialogue between professionals.
Yeah. And that's why we have, and because of those nuances, it's why we haven't focused it on giving teachers feedback or making deterministic sort of decisions about things. And I don't think actually we would want to do that as a matter of principle anyway. But the tech's not there. If you see an AI tool saying that it's capable of doing that reliably and well, they're lying. So it's definitely good at framing up good conversations, definitely good at recommending things and noticing things. Yeah.
With regard to the metrics, if you're in a multi-academy trust, can you have a trust dashboard and a school dashboard?
Yeah. And you can choose what you want to surface up from there. Also, at a large scale, like a multi-academy trust, we could build an API integration with your other CMS or data systems. So you'd be able to sort of pull dashboards of data, diced and sliced however you wanted. One thing I haven't mentioned is, obviously I've shown you the video and I've shown you the AI, but I also hope that you think that there's some intrinsic value in that learn model, is in engaging with the areas of focus, the content associated with that, and then the learn model itself, incorporating action steps, etc. So we think that respectful, empowering instructional coaching is so important, and so important right now, that we're making that free for any school. So you'll be able to use the pathways, obviously not the AI, not the video, but the part, if you're going to go through it manually and observe lessons, there'll be an observation pro forma in there for you, etc. And I know that schools are, challenging environments now, and it can be quite challenging to buy things, but it doesn't mean we can't engage with, effective coaching. So the coaching part is free. The content part is going to be part of that. But obviously the video and the AI is the stuff that you'll still be paying for. But any more questions before I wrap up? Yes.
Just one about the data that you put out there into AI.
Yeah.
I know the data of our videos is locked down very tight, but once you ask an AI engine to start analysing, so we've had a lot of concerns of working parties about if we're using AI within school, and if students' names are on documents that you're sharing for it to analyse, that's then out there.
Yeah.
So we're saying no, but with this, you've got video material that an AI engine is.
It's not looking at the video.
It's the audio.
It's the audio.
Okay.
So it's picking up a transcript that's sort of pulling out the PII.
That's a really.
Yeah, and it's the in time, of course, the potential exists to submit images, etc. But those will be run through our anonymization filters too. The settings that we have with the AI system, the large language model, is to wipe the interaction after every submission, so it's not going in the wrong places. Yes.
You mentioned about the integration with the CRMs in the system. So is that like an agent model type of relationship with the CRM that you've got access to, or how does that embed?
It would just be, it's just that we've got the ability to generate reports and post them somewhere where you'd be able to consume them. So it's an involved process. We'd have to sort of sit down and talk to your team and open up the APIs, etc. But it's doable, and we've done it for large scale organizations.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. So are we sort of wrapping up from here?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I can't thank you enough for joining us today. Hopefully what you've seen is exciting. I know it makes me excited anyway, but then I'm a massive PD nerd, so shall I hand over to you, Haley? Just think.
Yes, you can do. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so that's only the second time that I've seen that in action. So that really was hot off the press. And it's just so cool. And I have to admit, I'm probably from kind of a generation, I'm a Zennial. So, you know, just kind of end of Gen X, beginning of millennials, grew up without mobile phones and internet. So it kind of terrifies me a little bit, the AI stuff, but I can see how useful. I wish I had had that kind of prompting, that kind of structured scaffolding, etc., for my coaching conversations, because coaches are so advice rich and time poor, and this is the problem that we're facing in schools. So I think this could be a game changer for a lot of coaches. So hopefully you enjoyed it as well. So I just really kind of in short, it's up to me to kind of end our conference today. Some of my sort of key takeaways have been really kind of the great work that some of you are doing in schools. It's been great to have those conversations with you. I think it's been fantastic to hear about how coaching doesn't need to be separated from teacher agency, and how coaching can lead to adaptive expertise as well. It's not the end yet, though. We are going to let you go shortly, but in the back of the room, we've got a couple of tables set up. You can see there, Andy's over there with my colleague Nathan as well. And if you'd like to take a closer look at some of the new platform features you've heard about today, you've got the opportunity now to go to the back. If you'd like to learn more about our new instructional coaching resources, then you can please go to Sarah's table and ask her about it, because she has designed our Learn model. If you'd like to learn more about our new AI features and any more technical questions, then Andy is your man. And for those of you who are not Iris Connect users yet, but you'd like to learn more, we also have Vesna here today as well, who'll happily answer any questions that you might have. But otherwise, again, thank you so much for joining us today. I hope it's inspired you. I hope it's empowered you to go back and really make some effective choices in your own setting. So have a safe journey home, and thanks again.